compose myself. Oh, so happy. Nelson Oliveria. Wow, thank you so much. I apologize if I've messed up your name. I had an American dream. Wow, it's kind of a sad story, really. I stayed in America for about 4 or 5 months. Amazing. Wow. When I was like 19 years old, it's paradise. Let me compose myself. Wow. Everything American I loved. I was like obsessed with America. It's paradise. Wow. I'll tell you the story. Wow. My nightmare story. Stop. I'm gonna live the American dream. Wow. Oh, that was my wish. I wanted to move there for good. But something happened in America that changed and broke my dreams. My dreams as a kid all disappeared. Let me compose myself because it's one hell of a story. I go out at night time. Wow. Oh, 10 o'clock at night. Walking down the street in a line with a bunch of men. It's wet. So I'm walking around the street and then the police siren. Whoop, 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 whoop. Police, police. Wow. It's damp. I'm standing there. And the police officer tells me to put my hands up. And he says, where's the bag? Where's the bag? You're screwed. Wow. I wouldn't be able to run very far, trust me. He threw me against the car, legs spread wide open. It's wet. And I'm searched. Oh, love it. Why are you sweating? Where's the bag? Butt naked. I'm strip searched. Cavity checks. It's paradise. I got sent to jail. Wow. Legs spread. I'm a little bit chubby. In a line with a bunch of men. Amazed. Walking down the street. Wow. Send a super chat of $50. I can tell you the intimate story. It's paradise. Cavity checks. Wow. Oh, wet. 30 men in the cell take a dump in front of everyone. It's paradise. So happy. Wow. Oh. If we can get a super chat of $50. I'm just walking down the street. 16, 18 at a time. Which one is the best one to choose? Top or bottom? It's sad. It's very sad. What happened in America? It's disgusting.
What happened in America, guys? Independence Day, baby. One more time for Mookie, then we'll get started, guys. All right, folks, welcome to the program. Welcome to the show. This is the AC3 live stream. I am the narrative. We are going to be covering Watch Talk here to get you guys started on this Independence Day, 4th of July. And, I know a lot of folks are probably at cookouts or, they're with their families. But if you are listening in, I'll be doing some podcast style watch talk. For those in the UK, I know there's a big election happening tonight for you guys. So best of luck to everybody in the UK. And for those on mainland Europe, you guys obviously are welcome to join and listen in, join in. I will be dropping the link in a little bit. Want to do a bit of watch talk before I do that and open up a panel to more watch talk. But we're going to be covering some pretty cool watch talk today. I'll be talking about brands. I'll be talking about how much I hate watch collecting and all that jazz. We'll get into it. But let's say hi to the folks in the chat. We got first here, Balls Deep, a Green Bay Packers fan who says happy 4th of July. Well, happy 4th of July to you as well. We got our good friend Collector Invest in the chat who says he could get 3 used Rolexes for $100 from a garage sale in near new condition. Hey, man, if you can do that, giddy up. BC always staying consistent and telling us it's pure shite. We got Patrick B. Nice to see you in the chat who says, who else would do this on the AC3 network but Tan? Very nice, man. Thank you. I'll listen as long as I can. Yeah, man. I know that there's going to be, I don't think this is going to be a moneymaker or high views. It is the 4th of July. It's the middle of the afternoon. People are probably at cookouts, hanging out with their family. But for everybody else, we'll be here covering some watch talk. Archie will be on in a couple of hours. So we'll try to keep you guys entertained. We got Apes in the chat who's asking Nathan to jump on. Yep, I'll be dropping the link in a little bit, and Nathan is more than welcome to jump on. We got K-Dubs in the chat who says, Tana, man, nice to see you, KW. We got Phoenician Cedar, Shuach Barak, Phoenician Cedar, how you doing? Good morning to you. And we got JDMTL who says, vote for Tim G for governor, make America great again. All right, JDMTL. Now, JDMTL is a fellow Canadian like me, so it's all good. We got Tim G himself in the chat. How's it going, Tim? Nice to see you. We'll be doing some watch talk. You're welcome to listen in, and I'll be dropping the link if you want to join us on the panel a little later. But yeah, guys, I've been perusing brands and thinking about brands and just kind of. I was watching a couple watch shows today, and people were, they're talking about kind of like entry level Swiss watches, talking about like $1,000 to $3,000 range, and I do find them really cool. Hey, AJ, nice to see you, man. Always a pleasure to have you around, AJ. Yeah, like I like those watches, but I know for a fact that I'll probably buy a bunch of them and then I'll just sit there with like 10 $1,000 watches or $3,000 watches, and it's like, 10 $3,000 watches is a freaking, it's a gold sub these days. So that's always kind of kept me away from it in that, I always shy away from the entry level luxury, whether it's Swiss watches or any other, just because of that, just because it's such a slippery slope to collect $1,000 pieces, $2,000 pieces. And by the time, you don't know it yet, you have a collection of them. And oftentimes people don't even have a Swiss watch, and I kind of advise people hey, it's cool if you want to get into the hobby, but don't go too deep, because you go too deep. If your goal is eventually to get, which a lot of people's goals are, an Omega, a Rolex, or what have you, it just, yeah, AJ, it's exactly it. Too many shitters ends up being a disaster. And I got nothing against, entry level pieces. I have a lot of Seikos. I collect vintage Seikos. I got nothing against them, but it's a slippery slope. And, collectors often have addictive personalities. That's, they're hoarders sometimes. They'll just want more and more and more. It's never enough, right? So if you really fall in love with entry level pieces, you can, I would say, find yourself in a position where, it's just not gonna pan out, I think, monetarily for you, especially for your goals in collecting. But I did want to talk about, kind of start us off here by talking about Panerai as a brand. And this is really a brand that I think has just kind of lost its way. Their whole MO, and I'll show you guys some of their watches, and and you'll kind of see what I mean here. Tim G says his shitter is a Tag Carrera and loves it. Yeah, look, I don't have an issue if you're going to buy one or two, right? Entry level pieces, nothing wrong with that. Fill your boots. Actually, there's nothing wrong with having an entire collection of them. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I just would, if I woke up one day and I had 20 $1,000 watches, I'd be like, fuck, I could buy a pre-ceramic gold Submariner for that, and it wouldn't sit well with me, right? Got Billy Jeans in the chat, says, cheers, boys. Quantity or quality? This is a good question. Buy one Rolex Datejust if you have to save the money to buy. Don't waste money on $1,500 watches unless you love the piece. And that's really the tough part, Billy Jeans, is, guys like Tom Burnett, Tickers, and all these guys, they have a love for, a lot of entry level pieces. And, it's hard for me to tell them, hey, don't collect those pieces. Why don't you get a Rolex? And they kind of roll their eyes at me and other people that probably say that to them, because, in their mindset, like, it's not really what they want. They want to enjoy maybe multiple $1,000, $1,500 pieces and not get a Datejust. However, if you're asking me, I always advise people that, like, look, what are your goals? When people ask me, what watch should I buy as my first watch? I ask them, what are your goals? Like, nobody, I think most of us didn't anticipate we were going to, buy our Rolex or buy our Omega or buy our tag, like Tim is saying, and think we were going to get into this hobby and start collecting multiple Rolexes or multiple tags or multiple Omegas or what have you. So I try to just ask people, like, are you just kind of be a one watch person? Is that what you're going to do? Or are you going to think you may get into collecting? And oftentimes the people are like, I'm just a one watch, guy or girl. I'd just be like, look, just get yourself a nice Omega, get yourself, a nice Rolex if you can, and just be done with it, because you'll be happy. You won't feel that you won't feel that you've settled, and I always tell people, don't settle, right? Like, if you want the Submariner, buy the fucking Submariner. Don't settle for the Datejust if you don't want the Datejust. But people do that, right? Especially in today's day and age, where people are playing all these games with the AD, and I don't fuck around with those games, guys. Like, I don't, I don't suck cock to get anything, in life. So it's like, for me, I'm going to go to the gray. I'm just going to buy the watch I want. I'm not going to fuck around. Honestly, monetarily, I've never seen it. I've heard of these spreadsheets, but I've never seen it in terms of, like, where it can ever really balance out. Like, if you think about a Nautilus that trades for, I don't know, call it 3x retail, like, you would have to buy a fuckload of watches from Patek Philippe and lose a fuckload of money, a lot more than probably 60 to 70 grand to get a Nautilus. The math doesn't work for me. I don't really understand the spreadsheets. And I always challenge the spreadsheets in that, like, hey, show me a spreadsheet that would ever show that Marcelo should get that Le Mans. Alvin Gates says, problem is you don't wear them all and you can get your dollars back out of them. Yeah, you can. Like, it is, you can't get your dollars out for sure. And it's like, when you're thinking about it, some people don't care, right? Some people, like, if, for example, myself, I bought my perpetual calendar. It's selling for about 30% retail or what have you, and 30% off from retail. And, like, I don't really care to, like, get, I don't really care to get my money back or what have you, because I bought that watch for a specific story that means something to me. Don't care if it goes down. Don't care if it goes up. So some people just really don't care about it. But if you do care, and there are a lot of people that care about not losing a lot of money, yeah, like, it's probably not the best. He's saying it right here in the message here. AJ saying, like, yeah, like, it's just not, it's not the smartest move, I would say. JDMTL says, I love Tudor myself. Yeah, look, nothing against Tudor, right? Tudor's a great brand. And look, there are people that just collect. I think that Mr. Tudor to you guy, I think he's a big Tudor collector, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, some people just love collecting certain things, and if that's their goal, then I don't see anything wrong with that, JDMTL. Or even if you're collecting, like, 20, $1,000 watches or, entry level pieces, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if your ultimate goal is to go, into more expensive pieces, and you still want to keep those pieces, like, that's when you may have a bit of a problem in terms of the money. Alan French Fry says, buy the fucking Rolex. Alan, you've changed your avatar. It used to be the the Candy Dicks or whatever that used to be there. And Mr. GMT is glad that I don't suck cock. Well, thank you, Mr. GMT. I appreciate that. But hey, nothing wrong if that's your persuasion, guys. We love all people in this show and in this channel. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it could definitely be a huge loss. Billy Jeans, I found myself wearing a 5-digit black dial Datejust on Jubilee. Very nice with everything these days. Yeah, absolutely. It's probably, the Datejust to me is always going to be one of the most versatile watches, of all time. I would say if you just want one watch, I don't even recommend the sub. I just tell people to get the Datejust. At the moment, swim trunks and watch, and it's the perfect Chad look. Yep, I can see that. On Monday, suit and Datejust, perfect watch. Yeah, exactly. Like, they talk about beach to tux, right? But it being the Nautilus, I would say that the Datejust is a lot more versatile than the Nautilus from that sense. And I would really say, Billy Jeans, you have it spot on, beach to tux right there. Collector invests 2 super rare baseball cards for 1,000 ungraded versus 3 Rolex watches. What is a great purchase? Depends on the Rolex watches there, Collector invest. and it depends also on the baseball card. So you get a Mickey Mantle rookie. I tell you to get a Mickey Mantle rookie. Why not? Or Ty Cobb rookie. I don't know anything about baseball cards. I'm just naming random baseball players that I know that probably have some decent cards. And we got my friend Bufaris in the chat. Nice to see Bufaris. Narrative numero uno. All right, Bufaris. So let's talk. Hey, Mr. Z. Nice to see you as well. Let's talk some Panerai, guys. So Panerai is a brand that, like, in recent times has gone about the whole kind of copying everybody else. I think losing a lot of its DNA, not only from the water resistance part of it. Everybody knows, like, a lot of the Duets are like, I think it was like 30 meters water resistance, something crazy, right? That you wouldn't expect from a brand that is known for dive watches, military inspired, former military issued dive watches. And, if we just kind of look in their watches, and you just see, and this is not uncommon. Let's just go into the Luminor. It's not uncommon from Panerai to have a ton of Luminors. I mean, there's 44 different iterations of the Luminor. 44. Okay. Number one, in my opinion, that's just way too many models of this range. There's way too many, guys. And, the reason why Panerai is doing this is because they've always done this. They've always kind of done you got to kind of collect them all. You're not going to get every flavor. You're not going to get one single Luminor that's going to have everything: display case back and small seconds and base and logo. And it's always going to be either a base PAM with, maybe a open case back, or, it could be a Marina, which is a sub seconds Luminor with a closed case, but you just never will get exactly what you want. You got to buy like a bunch of them, right? 44 Luminors. Okay. Now, in the Luminar section, it's just, if you kind of break it down, and I'll kind of try to see if I can, because they actually, they make it a little bit simpler where they kind of group it. So this is the Tre Giorni. I don't speak Italian, but I'm assuming that means 3 days, because it looks very similar to French. 3 days. And for those that are not familiar with Panerai, I'll just kind of give you some Panerai speak. So when they say base logo, what base means is it's essentially just 2 hands. There's no sub seconds. There's no date. It's just basic, right? That's why they call it a base, just a 2-hander model. And, this is called a base logo because it has the Officine Panerai logo right here at kind of near the 6 o'clock. That's why they call it the base logo, right? You can see here on the left. And again, guys, also for Panerai, knowing Panerais, knowing what collectors look for in Panerais is also very important in buying them, because Paneristas often find certain things undesirable. And I'll kind of show you what I mean here. Number one, I would say even the white dials, not really loved by Paneristas. I know a lot of people that love their white dial Panerais and, absolutely, have nothing against it. But a lot of folks in the Panerai collecting community are not big on the white dials. So I would, if you're unsure about your first PAM, or you're thinking about getting it and you're not sure about, the brand, like, I would shy away from a white dial Luminor unless you absolutely love it and you don't care. We got Mikey Cassio in the GTR in the chat. He says, I like the uniqueness of PAM minimalist style, but fuck me dead, they are fatties. I could never wear. Yeah, honestly, Mikey, they look big. I mean, when you think of 44, it is a big size. But the lugs are quite short. Like, the watch actually fits decently compact on the wrist for a 44. I've got about a 7-inch wrist, and I can wear a Luminor pretty easily. So, okay, so this was the 3-day section. And again, you hear another bit of lore for Panerai. The Marina. When you see Luminor Marina, generally speaking, a Marina is a small sub-seconds dial Panerai. Specifically, at 9 o'clock, you'll usually see the small sub-seconds at 9. That's what we classify as a Luminor Marina. That's why you can see here, you got Luminor logos. Now, you can see here it's not a base logo because, again, there is now the small seconds here. So it's no longer a base logo. It's just a Luminor logo or a Luminor. Yeah, I mean, that's a Luminor logo. This is a Luminor Marina. Otto Giorni, which is the 8 days. And it's interesting because they used to have Luminor Panerai 8 days on the dial. And I should probably pull this up. So I keep going back to my StreamYard screen just to make sure if you guys can see what I'm seeing in a decent way. But here you can see Otto Giorni at the bottom here around the 6. And the 8 days, the previous gen to this one, it didn't say 8 Giorni, it said 8 days. And the Paneristas hated that. They really did. They felt it just was not, it just wasn't historic, and they just didn't like it. So you want to look, if you're really into collecting Panerais, you may want to avoid some of these 8 days. But other collectors, more modern collectors, love them. I had an 8-day. I thought it was awesome. Think about an 8-day power reserve on a manual one watch is pretty darn cool. Yeah, Pat and Chris, we're doing the Panerai talk. But I can get into everything else, whatever you guys want to talk about. Mr. GMT loves the white dial and the white dial. So again, like I said, a lot of folks do like it. And Patrick B says he's not a Pam fan. So I'm going to get into kind of what I feel. Yeah, still liking Panerai fakes on IG. Yeah, like this is part of the problem. Panerais are, even the brand themselves can't necessarily differentiate fakes or super fakes to their real pieces. So that's definitely a big problem in Panerai. Is that Jim Miller says he had his 113 since 2005, never selling. Yeah, Jim, I'm a huge fan of the ETA PAMs. I've owned a PAM 005, so that was a Luminor Marina. I've owned a PAM 111, beautiful, small substack, one of my favorite watches. And I have owned a PAM 112, which is a base. It's a base PAM, no logo, base PAM with a display case back. Pretty cool. I do like the ETA PAMs. What's the chronometer standards of their 8-day movements? It would depend. I don't think all of them are chronometer grade, because like my 112 was not a chronometer, but I think it was my 111 was a chronometer. So not all of their watches are chronometer grade, Pat Chris. But look, guys, I want to kind of show you what I mean here about Panerai and where I think they've lost their way. So these watches you guys see here are kind of their standard dive watches, new version iterations of kind of what their historic watches were. And then you obviously got the Marina section. But then we get into like a lot of these complications, like GMTs and stuff. Like this is really like we're starting to move away from, I think, the essence of the brand, where Panerai as a tool watch, as a dive watch. I mean, why the fuck do you need to know time zones when you're underwater, right? Like it doesn't make a lot of sense to me on why they would do this. And again, it's also like people who buy the brand, like why is it that why would they want this? Why would they want complications in their Panerai? And I think that the Panerai is just doing it because everybody else is. It's like every other brand is doing complications, including Omega, and they're just like, well, fuck, we better do it as well. That's what people want. And I think that they just literally don't understand, why people buy Panerais. They don't buy Panerais, for a complication. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, if their core buyer is not buying a PAM, for their chronograph, right? Does this chronograph look bad? No, it doesn't look bad at all. But I mean, are you really buying a PAM for the chronograph? You're not. Like, I mean, I don't know too many people that do or are buying it for their chronograph. And let's just keep going down the list here, guys. Like, I mean, it's not just chronographs and GMTs that they make, but it's also perpetual calendars, right? Like, are you really going to buy a perpetual calendar Panerai? Do these watches look bad? No, they look spectacular. Like they're beautiful pieces. But again, it's something called opportunity cost. So this watch costs about $64,000, right? So this perpetual calendar literally costs, say, as much as my Patek Philippe perpetual calendar. And the question is that who the heck in their right mind is going to buy a Panerai perpetual calendar? Yeah, I mean the VIPs, the VVIPs, the guys that like are diehard about the brand. Yeah, sure, they may buy these, but to me, I just don't see it. And I think this is where the brand has really just gone downhill. They've just created watches, with complications for the sake of doing it. I would say to them, look, you need to scrap all these non-water resistant or low water resistant watches like the 30 mils, the 30 meter water resistant Douais and other ones. Scrap these complications, because I mean, fuck, I can't imagine anybody buying them. And stick to your core. Stick to your core. Like, the Tudor Black Bay would be a good example. That core is what they should stick to. In the Radiomir line as well as in the Luminor line. Keep two lines, Radiomir and Luminor, and they have the submersible line as well. Like I say, look, you can keep 3 lines: Radiomir, Luminor, submersible. But But again, even if you go into the submersible, right? Like this is just one of the Luminors. I'm just going to go back and go into the submersible lineup for you guys. And it's just, again, wide variety, which is fine. I got nothing to want against wide variety. I love how it's listed as divers watches. Like, cool, man, thanks. Like, I don't think I got that from the name submersible. You got obviously your classic submersibles here. You got the white dial, which again some people like. You got the standard submersible. I'm not a huge fan of automatic PAMs. To me, PAMs are always like manual wind. ETA movements, manual wind, big pocket watch movements. Because back in the day, I mean, they used to use Bosch Rolex movements. I think it was like Rolex pocket watch movements or something. They used to commission from Rolex to put in their watches. Probably radio mirrors at the time, because radio mirrors actually came out before the Luminors. But again, guys, just an insane amount of 31 different submersibles, guys. I mean, it's just too much to me. And I think that they're just like, they're saturating their lineup. It's really complicated to understand. And it's hard to find the one you want. Got a nice 10 Australian dollars super sticker from Mr. GMT. Thank you so much, Mr. GMT. It is a dancing lemon saying thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. GMT. But yeah, look, like from Panerai, from my perspective, Panerai, 31 models in the submersible range, 44 models or something like that, or 41 models in the Luminor range. And I think it's something like 20 in the radio mirror range. So it's like 100 watches, 100 PAMs. And the reality is most people who buy a Panerai likely will just get one, right? So I don't need a sea of 100 to pick the one that I probably want, which will likely be just a simple diver, maybe with some small seconds if I really care about it. Hopefully with the display back, because you never know with PAMs. But yeah, like I feel that the brand has lost its roots. I would, if I were, at the brand, I would tell them, hey, you need to shrink this lineup. Keep your three main lineups. Keep this radio mirror. Keep the Luminor and keep the submersible. Nothing wrong with that. But shave it down a bit, guys. Make it a bit easier for customers to make a decision on which one to buy, because they all kind of look the same, and that's a good and a bad thing, I would say, because the good thing about Panerais are you can spot a PAM literally, like you could spot a PAM a mile away. You see this on someone's wrist across the room, you're gonna know exactly what it is. You're gonna recognize the crown guard. It has a very recognizable case shape and case design. Which, look, in today's day and age, watch collecting is often about case design, because a lot of people buy watches to get recognized, right? They want people to know that they have a Daytona on the wrist or a Nautilus on the wrist. If nobody said anything about your Nautilus, we probably wouldn't be $100,000 watch. If it was something that nobody noticed and nobody cared about, no, it probably wouldn't be a $100,000 watch. However, it does have an identifiable case shape and design. The Luminor is one of the most iconic designs, very, very identifiable as being a Luminor. But I'll give you guys an example. Like, this watch that I had, I stopped sharing here. Hold on. This watch that I had up on the screen originally, from this Patek Philippe. If you guys saw this watch, across the room, you wouldn't know what it is. You may be able to see a chronograph. You may be able to see it's a bit busy on the dial. But if you saw this across the room, it could be any chronograph. It's a circular watch with a pretty Calatrava, shape. And, I'll never forget OC when he went to Watches and Wonders last year, not this year, last year. And he said it on his stream. He's like, man, everybody's wearing dress watches here. I can't tell them apart. That's a classic example of identifying watches from case design, being able to quickly identify what is that on the wrist, because when you're far away from somebody, you won't be able to read the brand name often enough. And if it's a circular watch, Calatrava style case, for example, like you just won't be able to differentiate it. But if it's a Royal Oak, if it's a Luminor Panerai, if it's a radio mirror Panerai, even, I would say, Aquanaut, Nautilus, Rolex Submariner, very easy, but again, lots of different brands that copy the design. But people still in their mind will either think Rolex Submariner or think homage to Rolex Submariner or fake Rolex Submariner, apparently. But again, case design, right? He was at Watches and Wonders, and it was funny because on the Colony stream yesterday, they were talking about the Jetstream watch, and they were saying, people who fly in like, I don't know, G6s or whatever the fuck they were talking about, like private planes that they own. What I think Diego said is people don't bring their sports watch on the jet plane, right? They bring their dress watch, and they did a poll like, is a Le Mans a Jetstream watch, and it actually is. I think the poll said it was, but yeah, again, right, dress watches. A lot of times, like people are wearing dress watches. The most interesting watches that come out every year at Watches and Wonders or the old Basel World or the old SIHH have always been watches on a leather strap. Hasn't really been sport watches. The sport watches are definitely the cooler ones in terms of hype, but not necessarily the most interesting. Jim Millett says 111, 112, 113, 176, 177, and 000. Those are the models that Panerai that made Panerai hotter than Rolex in the early to mid 2000s. Yep, very true. 111 is a classic, an icon. Same with the 112 and the 000. To me, those are the three that I'm most familiar with. But yeah, look, like the Etta Pams, right? And the reason why I like Etta Pams, Jim, is because of the fact that Panerai has always been or up until recently at least, has been an Ebosh brand. Has been a brand that like would outsource its movements and was known for its case design, was known for its sandwich dials. And for those that don't know what I mean by sandwich dial, I'll just put the Pams back up on the screen here. This actually looks like what's called a sausage dial or a paint. So if for example, the loom is painted onto the dial, it is what's called a sausage dial. If it is a stencil, so that there is like a disc of loom at the bottom and then a stencil cutout of the numerals on top, that is what's called a sandwich dial, and has a more of a 3D effect because you're having a stencil being put on top of a disc of loom, as opposed to like I said, the sausage dial, which is you just paint the loom on. This could be either or, but in the picture, it looks like a sausage dial. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Panerais used to be hotter than Rolex, and this is a really interesting point, Jim, in that like a lot of what goes around watch YouTube these days is I call it groupthink. I think a lot of folks just kind of perpetuate what other people tell them, and there's not a lot of like independent, really, people diving into the journey independently, kind of making their own way by their own taste. So oftentimes is dictated by other people's tastes. And when I think of like when we think of the statement you just made, Jim, around like Panerai used to be the hot brand. It wasn't necessarily Rolex at the time. It was Panerai. If we think of where we are today, and everyone's saying, well, you need to have an Aquanaut, and you need to have a Nautilus, and you need to have a Royal Oak, right? It doesn't mean that those watches in 10, 15, 20 years are going to be popular, are going to be the in thing. And I do really want people to think about it, right? Because the whole idea of the grandpa's watch, right? And I'll show you guys a grandpa's watch, or what I think a lot of folks would call a grandfather's watch. Is, let's look at the 5227, right? This watch actually is not that old in terms of like when it was designed. This watch was actually designed by Thierry Stern. Well, he was part of the design. I wouldn't say he necessarily drew the watch, but he was very, very involved in the what he called the revamping of the Calatrava to make it more for the contemporary man. Now, this was in 2013, so this isn't that long ago. This was like what, 11 years ago when he created this, and he felt that in 2013, the young contemporary Patek Philippe buyer would be interested in this watch. Now, fast forwarded to today, most people will say, it's a grandpa's watch. Like, why would I buy that? Right. And if you think about it, yeah, like, people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, or what have you, right? Like their grandfathers probably wore a similar looking watch. But this is the real kicker for everybody, right? Think of your children or your grandchildren that are looking at their grandfather or father today, and what is he wearing on the wrist? Submariner, Nautilus, Daytona, and all these hype watches that we talk about today. How do you know that like in 10, 15, 20 years that, when those kids grow up and they have disposable income and they, hopefully the watch game's still around at that time, but when they try to get into the watch game, they don't look at those and say, yeah, you know what, like it's cool, but like, I mean, my grandfather wore that Submariner, or my grandfather wore, a Nautilus, and yeah, I just want something different. And I tell you guys this because, think of the success of some of these, like, these fashion brands. Daniel Wellington, classic example, right? Daniel Wellington was wildly popular a few years ago with the youth. And I've always said this. I said Daniel Wellingtons were not sport watches. They were not Submariner lookalikes or like, had that sporty design. Like most Daniel Wellingtons were dress watches, as we call them. But kids never saw them like that. They never saw them as like, oh, I have to wear a tuxedo with this watch. Like, people would say with this 5227, oh, you can't wear that dress. Nah, kids were wearing t-shirt, shorts, whatever, man, wearing those Daniel Wellingtons. And I had nothing. A lot of people hated on that brand. I never had a problem with it because, hey, anything that gets kids into, watches and watch collecting is all good with me. But really think about it. Why was Daniel Wellington popular? Outside of the fact that it's, affordable. Just because it's affordable doesn't mean people are going to buy it. It obviously had something that appealed to the youth from its design, right? So really think about that. Why didn't they not gravitate to a Submariner lookalike? Why did they gravitate to a dress watch lookalike? And that's what I'm telling you guys is, yesterday's, just because it's not popular today, and what you think is popular today, and you're making all this investment, you're putting all this money into it because you think it's going to be the cash cow, I'd be very, very, very careful, guys. And that's coming from somebody who's been collecting for quite a long time. We do have a few more people in the chat. We got my boy, Surdy Danny, in the chat. I'll be dropping the link here in a few minutes, guys. If you guys want to hop on and talk some watches with me, we've got Saad in the chat as well. Nice to see you, Saad. You're welcome to hop on. We got the original OC in the chat. At the Sotheby's auction a few weeks ago, everyone was wearing a dress watch on a strap. Steel watches and sport watches are nice, but they don't hit like Patek with a complication. And look, I love Rolex watches. I love Omega watches. I love, sport watches in general. But it's kind of like time and a place, right? Like when I go to a watch meetup, or when I meet one of you, when I meet people in the Archieverse, I tend to leave my Hulk at home or my Pepsi at home, right? Like cool, they're hype watches and they're what everybody wants to see, I guess. But to me, they're not that special. Even though I'll bring a watch like my Perpetual Calendar that trades at 30% discount to retail, because it's still more special, to me at least. All right, guys, you know what? Let me just drop the link here in the chat for you guys. I just wanted to kick us off here, give you guys a bit of my rant. I'm going to pin the link here. I have Archie's account open to pin the link so that we can get people, if they want to join the conversation. And if not, you guys can hear me ramble on. Dave Connolly, how you doing? Can you please unban me from your channel? I keep trying to say ahoy, and you didn't unban me after, like, it's been months, man. Like, I'm not trying to just unban me. I like your coding streams, man, and they're really good, But nice to see you, Dave. So yeah, like back to this whole story of the case design, guys. Like it's just, hey, Collector Vest, how you doing?
How you doing?
Happy 4th of July, my friend. David, how you doing, man?
Hello. I'm having a few challenges with my phone. I hope I'm not breaking it.
Vintage area is good.
David, just 1 second there.
I may need to put headphones on, do I?
Can you hear me, David? We can hear you.
I can. The big challenge is I can hear a bit of echo. I think it's me.
It could be. If you want to log back in, David, we can totally do that.
Let me think. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're coming through clear.
Oh, perfectly. Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for having me on. Is that Patel?
It is, David. It is. How you doing?
I'm very good, and I owe you an apology. I apologize for the whole banning thing, and I hope you realize that was, and certainly nothing to get, feel offended by. At the time, I remember doing a live stream and like 330 people came on, and it was all people from the watch crowd, and it was just a lot of stress. And I just was like, I've had enough of this. And I just was like, okay, there's a watch person, ban. There's a watch one, ban.
That's all right.
I ended my watch channel. I was just like, I'm out of here. God bless you all, but I'm just done with watches. And that was what happened. It was certainly anyone who had showed up at that moment would have just got the same thing, because I just decided I've had enough, it was just too much aggravation. But certainly nothing against you or anyone here, actually. Nothing against anyone in particular at all, in fact. So I do apologize for that, and I hope I never offended you or anything,
No, not at all, David. I was just like, I know that you had explained it in your video around like, hey, there's no beef or anything with the dungeon. I was just like, okay, can you just unban me at least like after that? So that's fine. But no, David, we're going to be talking watches today. There's no drama, like, so feel free to hang out with us. Feel free to join in and give us your opinion on these watches. I've been talking about Cartier.
I heard what you were saying there about the Patek, and it was pretty interesting. It's nice to see the focus going on watches. Actually, I think that's excellent, and it's winning content as far as I can tell. So I won't interrupt you, but I'm glad we got a chance to at least say hello. And I hope you're doing well. That's a beautiful Patek, isn't it?
Yeah, and I want to say hi to two more guys that joined the panel.
Yeah.
We have Saad joining the panel, and we got Surdy Danny joining the panel. Nice to see you guys.
How's it
Hello.
going, David?
Pardon?
How's it going?
Honestly, it was going okay, but I was doing a podcast there, and Mad Jock came on and started trolling me and saying I look like lamb dressed as mutton, And I was kind of like, well, how can the guy not take a win? I left. I moved on.
I wanted you to stay, David. I think you're good. I like the actions you do with your face and how you explain stuff. I think you're good for YouTube.
Thank you.
I'm being serious. I'm not winding you up. I'm being serious.
Well, God bless you. I think you're good as well. I think, I don't have any hard feelings at all. But that tonight was something of a distraction, and I ended up deleting my podcast because he was like, I know that you know people, but so do I, and stuff like that. And I'm just, I can't be bothered.
David, you got fans in the chat, by the way. Bufaris is saying, David, hello, long time no see. Because you did appear on the channel like a few months ago with Archie. And a lot of people actually enjoyed it because you guys did have a good rhythm. And Phoenician Cedar, I think this one's for you, David. $2 Australian says, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back. And that's the Godfather reference for you, David.
Listen, I appreciate that. Bless you all, and I'm really grateful. I'm not going to take up any more of this stream because it sounds like some interesting stuff going on. But
David, you're welcome to stay. Don't feel you have to go. You're welcome to stay. You can learn something if you want to learn a bit. Don't feel you have to go anywhere unless you need to be somewhere.
Well, I appreciate the invitation, and I shall. But having said that, it's election night tonight, and I'm hoping I can watch some TV and see the results. I never voted, but I'll be interested to see how it turns out,
They're all corrupt. David, they're all corrupt, whoever you think.
I know, they probably are. But no, I'm really glad I had a chance to have this conversation with you guys, at least, The dude, I don't know what to do about this mental jock guy, I mean, anyway, I'll keep it classy. God bless him, and God bless
I think
all of you.
Yeah, David, I think it'll be fine. And look, if you want to hang out in the chat, you want to hang out on the panel, it's going to be pretty tame. We're going to do some watch talk. Everybody on this panel likes to talk watches. So it'll be cool. So just whatever you're comfortable with, you are welcome, as Danny said.
Okay.
But yeah, so David, we were talking about the Calatrava, and I was saying kind of like the whole notion around the grandpa's watch.
I heard you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why a brand like Daniel Wellington would be successful with dress watches with the youth if they don't perceive it as what we perceive the dress watch. Because whenever people see a watch on a leather strap, a lot of folks just shy away from it. No, I'm not a dress watch guy, right?
Yeah. It's funny. I don't know if I'm sure you've heard of the channel. Urban Gentry had a video out the other day on if you could only have one watch, what would it be? And maybe you could tell us what yours would be. But I thought about this, and I think my choice would be a Cartier Tank. Not the first choice for an all-rounder, but I think there's kind of like, there's a thing about dress watches. It's like hardly anybody's doing it, And if you're going to do it, go all in. That's what I say, go all in, So I love the dress watches. I think they're fantastic. I don't have one like this anyway, but they're really,
if you're going to talk about tanks here, David, this is the one I want, is the Tank Solo Mosaic dial. And these aren't really, relatively speaking, expensive, I would say. I think there's something like $12,000 or $13,000, and it's a solid gold watch with a gold dial, which is, it's a Tank Solo. They're not going to be massive watches. It is an automatic, it's a mechanical movement. I don't know if it's an automatic movement, but a mechanical movement. But yeah, I love this watch. I think this watch is really nice.
Yeah, they're really beautiful. And the funny thing, I've never owned one, but I went through a phase where I got about 60 AliExpress type things, you know. I don't do that anymore, but I've only been involved in watches for about a year. But I can confirm that of all of the different designs that I checked out, I had a little Cartier tank homage, and believe it or not, it was one of the clearest displays. I mean, you wouldn't think it, but it's so clear, gives you a sense of focus, I think, you know, and it's actually, by my estimation, kind of good for productivity.
Do you know what? Do you know what these homages are good for, David, as well? If you get something like that, you can say, like, if you're going to get a Rolex watch, for instance,
Like I have.
but you weren't sure about spending all that money. If you get something like a nut,
old
if you get
Timex, a old
Yep.
I'll tell you in a
Health
minute.
Bros.
Very nice. Here's the thing, David. We don't always talk about like $300,000 watches here. We like to talk all watches, and I agree with Danny on homages. I think, Danny, you were getting at the fact that, like, if you were
Yeah,
going to buy one eventually, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get to the point is that if you get a homage like us, just use Rolex for instance, and you get something that's very similar looking to it, you can get a sort of feel what it looks like on your wrist and how it wears. It won't be 100%, but you'll get a rough idea, and then because you might go out and buy a Rolex straight away thinking that's what you want, and you get it and you think, why have I wasted my money on this? Who do I sell it to now? What do I do with it? And you've put a lot of money down in something you might not be interested in.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, I would love to get a real fancy watch, you know, but I'm building up to it, you know.
Yeah, but I think that's the best way you're doing it. Buy some cheaper stuff and get a feel for what you really want first, rather than just diving in deep end. Getting something that's really expensive. Experience different shapes, different models.
The way that it worked, by the way, just to let you know, I've got a friend who's an outrageously successful software developer. He's not famous, but he's not short of cash, and he loves watches, and he uses AliExpress as a kind of testing suite or something. So he'll get a bunch of watches, like, let me see what I've got. He'll get things like this, for example, which is, of course, you probably recognize the homage that this thing's trying to be. And we're upside down. So it's just a little Pagani that is clearly.
Yeah, but if eventually you wanted to get an Omega, right? Like,
so he actually has a whole bunch of Omegas. I've seen the real one. And so he'll get these and he'll say, okay, well, that looks nice, I'll have that. And then he'll get the real deal. And then what does he do with this? Well, lucky me, you know. And that's how that came about. He doesn't obviously see every single one and say, I'll buy that. You know, it'd be ridiculous. But that seems to be what he's doing, you know. And that's worked out good for me, because I've ended up with a bunch of these homages, and I can get to kind of see what they would maybe feel like if it was the real thing.
What I'm saying, David, because that's like the Omega Aquaterra that you've got there.
Yeah.
You were thinking of buying something like that, and you wear this model, you think, well, I actually do like this. I like how it looks.
Yeah.
I will buy one, rather than just diving in the deep end and buying one. You yourself some experience first.
It's so interesting, and I've got one that's like in a 1-to-1 of the James Bond Omega. Know the one with the waves and the skeleton hands.
The Seamaster Pro.
Yep, kind of scallop bezels, and it's really, really accurate. But the funny thing is, I find it difficult to tell the time on the thing. It's the strangest thing, and you'd never know unless you got it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, legibility. Yeah, but that's a big important point, though, David, is legibility. Like, you know, people look at certain watches and they're like, oh, you know, this watch is amazing, but they can't even fucking read it. Like, you know, I asked people, can you read this watch? And most people, like, a friend of mine bought a perpetual calendar Lange last year, and I'm like, can you actually read it? And he's like, no. So what the fuck's the point, right? Like, we can't even read the watch. Super chat, Phoenician Cedar, $2 David, the 5196J would look amazing on you. I will pull this up for you, David. So
thank you. I have no clue what that is.
This is my favorite Patek. It's not the dearest, but it's my favorite.
Right, okay.
I mean, it's not. These aren't cheap, there, Danny.
No, they're not cheap, but it's not when it goes to Patek.
Well, if there's a Patek that would look good, that's great. Oh, is that the one there?
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
that is fantastic. Wow, I love the small seconds.
It's lovely, isn't it?
That is fantastic.
I have this piece in white gold, David, and it's 37 millimeters. However, the lug to lug is quite long. So it fits probably like a 38 and a half or a 39. Really, really nice. So like you said, manual wind, small seconds, simple dress watch. And look, like looks great, obviously with the suit, but if you're wearing a polo shirt and jeans, it also wouldn't be out of place in my opinion.
Well, that's what I'd be wearing it with tan. I don't know.
It's really, really beautiful. It's really beautiful, and it's funny how whomever said that brings that up, because of all the ones I've tried, I've got some that I really like the look of, but they look terrible on me. The one that kind of looks decent on me, that suits me, and it's very cheap and cheerful, is this little Proxima, which has a white face, and I think it's because my skin is so pale, so maybe there's something in that. Maybe whatever my Grail watch is, it should be one with a white face. You know what I mean? So that I don't look so ghostly. I don't know.
It's just personal taste, David. If you feel better with it having a white dial, then it's about a watch is about a personal thing. It don't matter how much it costs. If it's the best, if it's the worst, it's a personal it's a thing for yourself. So if you think the white suits you better and you prefer the white, go for it. Don't care what anyone says. Just get what you.
See, my problem, Danny, is I can't wear this watch for the same reason that David was mentioning the pale skin. For me, with the brown skin, when you have a Havana, like I tried one on at in Boston last year, it didn't look good. And this essay was like, well, why don't we change the strap? I'm like, nah, man. If it doesn't look good right out the gate, it's not gonna.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not the strap that's the problem on you with this tan. It's the dial.
It's the dial.
You can get away with the strap. It's the dial.
Exactly. I did want to say a shout out to JB. He wasn't feeling well tonight. I did let him know that we were going to do a bit of a stream for him to listen in on. So we're thinking of you, JB. Hopefully get well soon, my friend.
Aye, folks, I don't want to take up any more of your time. It sounds like some serious watch chat here,
right.
But really great to catch up. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Come back again, David.
Ahoy! Come back.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Cheerio now.
Bye. Bye. All right, Danny. I got a cool watch to show you. I actually showed this very briefly on my last stream, and it's cool because I had someone in the community send me a message saying they know the person who actually has commissioned this watch, and they sent me a message saying, I didn't know that guy was into watches, and they showed me a text message of them actually talking to the guy, which is pretty cool. So I'll show it to you in a second.
There's another watch that I like too.
Nathan, is this the one with the mode problem, or is it another?
Yeah, this one was the one with the mode problem.
Okay,
it's fixed.
Very nice.
Is it a tough solar one?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It's
all right.
Casio.
It is a Casio G-Shock. All right, Danny. Let me show you this here. So I showed this watch last time. It is a Michael Ovitz commissioned Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar 3940. Now, why this is interesting for a few reasons. Michael Ovitz, for those that don't know, was the former head of Disney. He is a VVVI, like probably one of the highest VIPs you can have, I guess, at the brand. And and a punter of ours in our chat actually knows this guy. Didn't know that he was a watch collector. Probably deals with him and whatever else. Maybe just knows him as a friend or whatever. And they were like, "Oh, I know who you're talking about because you mentioned it's the head of Disney or the former head of Disney. I know the guy. I talk to him all the time. I didn't know he was a watch collector." So I'll tell you what's cool about this, Danny. Number one, the dude has his own insignia on the dial. He's got his Michael Ovitz signature. That's right here.
Special, isn't it? Getting that on. I mean,
exactly.
Ed Sheeran's got his on, hasn't he? I think, but there's not many that have.
There's not many. I'll talk to you guys about this watch. So 3940 Perpetual Calendar was released in, I believe, 1985. Ran for about 20 years. I think it ended in 2004, I believe. So what's special about this, Danny, is number one, we got Breguet numerals on the dial, not common on the 3940, and really Patek Philippe doesn't. They put Breguet numerals only on watches that are very, very special. So that already indicates it's a special watch. Number two, as I mentioned, you had his signature on the dial. Number three, there's a lume on these hands. And I'll show you guys a 3940, a standard Patek 3940. I think maybe this is a G. And I think the 3940G is the same one that our good friend, the Watch Reporter, has. And I'll show you. I'll just pull up one here from Collected Man, I guess. Decent website. But you can see here on the screen that you basically got polished indices. You got your Dauphine hands. You don't have these loomed hands. Now, loom was something that he specifically asked for because, think about it. A modern watch, you want loom, right? So one last point. And then remember what I said. It was manufactured from 1985 to 2004. The interesting part about this, Danny, is it's a 2014 model. So this guy is so high up at Patek. He has so much clout at Patek that he says, hey, that watch hasn't been in production in like 10 years. You need to make one for me. It needs to be completely customized. I want my damn name on the dial. Like that Danny is kind of like the boss move of all boss moves, I would say.
Being able to tell Patek what you want, that is a boss, in it.
Exactly.
If you could turn around and say, I want this something, you have to wait for a standard watch normally, but being able to turn around and say, Patek, I want these hands, I want my name on it, and they say, yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah, and it's like, look, there's not many people that can do that.
No.
I'll show you another one that is similar. The only thing I would say is different is the fact that like this guy could literally revive a dead model and say, I want you. It's like you going to Rolex and saying, well, I want like a big crown and no crown guard Submariner, like the 37 mil from like the 50s, right? Like, because I said that yesterday or the day before, I don't remember when I did the show. I said, for me, and I'll ask you guys this question, both of you guys on the panel. For me, if I was able to go to Rolex and say, if they say, Tan, you want to commission a watch, which one do you want? I would go for the 6538. That's the Dr. No James Bond Submariner. But I would do it with the Explorer dial, the 369 on it. Obviously no crown guards, 37 mil. That would be my choice. Danny, what do you think? What would be your choice if you could have anything from Rolex to be remade?
I'd have the same 6538 big crown, but I wouldn't have the Explorer dial on it. I think it looked too cluttered with the bezel. But that's just me, my personal thoughts.
Collector Invest, if you could pick, doesn't have to be Rolex, it could be any brand, to make a special watch for you, Collector Invest, what would it be?
I would like anything with a black bezel and with a kind of like a bumblebee hands on there to match my little hat.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that, right? Personal taste, personal choices. Again, like for me, I wouldn't necessarily commission certain types of dials. Like, I'm not a huge fan of salmon. I like salmon dials, but I don't know if if I were going to shoot my, have my silver bullet, I don't know if I was going to necessarily go for a salmon dial.
I agree with that. I wouldn't choose a salmon dial.
I did want to show you this one here because this watch was a similar type of commission. I don't know, Danny, if you've ever seen this Calatrava. It came up for auction not too long ago, maybe half a year ago or a year ago. It came up for auction. And there's actually a set of these. It's not just one with hieroglyphics on the dial. Not everybody's cup of tea, right? And I'll tell you the story is I think it's like some famous, there was one, I believe it's either a businessman or that's the connection to Patek to be able to make it. And I believe he made two of them, one for himself and one for a famous, I believe, photographer that he gifted this watch to. And it actually has, I think, their name written in hieroglyphics on the dial. I think that's what the actual writing is specifically on this in a dead language that's been dead for thousands, maybe a couple thousand years now.
It's a cool thought, but I don't like it. It's a bit too gimmicky and a bit too cheap for me. I like the watch, but I don't like the dial with the hieroglyphics on it. I think it reminds me of something, a move like what Fossil would pull off. Do you know a brand like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's a cool idea, but it's not for me. I don't like it. It looks tacky, the dial, to me.
All right. What about you, Collector Invest? What do you think?
Kind of looks too bland almost.
Too bland for the collector invest. All right, guys. Let us pivot here to one of my favorite topics here, gold submariners, Danny. I've been getting the itch for a gold subby. I asked Archie this morning. I keep asking, it's funny. If you ask Archie bang per buck these days, he'll just tell you to get like the most modern watch. It's not really bang per buck. So I said, look, Archie, give me the most bang per buck gold submariner to buy. And I asked him like the 16618. So that's the 5-digit pre-ceramic.
I have that one.
You have that one, or you had that one?
I had that one. I sold it for 12 grand a few years ago.
I mean, I think the cheapest one here on Chrono is like 21.9, and I mean, I don't even know if this is a full set. And you take about 6.5% off. So, it's hovering around the low to mid 20s, I would say. I mean, for a gold Rolex, that's close to. I mean, the Hulk is less, but it's getting close to like Hulk prices, I would say, in that sense, Danny.
The full gold 30 there for 25. So that's not too bad for what it is, especially if it were a full sex. That'll be very collectible.
Yeah, you kind of see them hop into like the mid 20s after that, right? Like this is 26 from Singapore. This is in the US. So 24, 24, 25 for gold sub. Now, Saad said if you're just gonna get this, just go up one, go to the ceramic, go to the 11618 or 116 whatever model, and go to the first ceramic 40 mil, because those are hovering around like low 30s, right? So it is a price jump. It's a $5,000 to $10,000 price jump. That's not nothing, right? That is an Omega Speedmaster like Moonwatch, type of a jump between the two. But Danny, I don't know if you've experienced the 40. Is it really that much better? Yeah. Like, would you go to the 40?
I'd have the 40 over the 41 mil.
So you would go with the first ceramic 40, but would you go with the first ceramic 40 or the pre-ceramic 40 that I was showing earlier, the 16618?
For you, I'd go for the ceramic, and reason being is Saad loves his collectible stuff, and I like him as well. He's older stuff, but the aluminium bezels, after so long, they get cracks in them and erode and scrape. So you'd probably be best off with the ceramic one because it's more wearable as such, without having a ceramic bezel on it.
Is it 11618?
1163.
Yeah.
Are you wanting? Oh no, you wanted the full gold, aren't you? Yeah, 180.
Yeah, full gold. So let's go price low to high. This is your first. This is the 40. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's hovering around that low 30s, probably getting in the high 20s type of range, right? Not bad. That's the one Saad said as well to get. I asked Archie the same question on day dates. I said, and I'll post some day dates here for you guys. Rolex 1803 was the first one that I asked him about. So let's look at kind of what 1803s are going for. Lowest 1803. We have to have a bracelet, Danny. I'm not watch reporter. I can't pull off the strap.
Yeah, no, you can't. Not on this. You can't do that on this watch. It's like having a Porsche with fucking fake wheels on. You can't do it. The bracelet's everything about this watch.
Jesus, there's a lot of like non-bracelets on the fucking market right now.
It's because they're old, aren't they? They'll weight bracelet in, got 2.5 grand foot bracelet, and then sell watch head separately, so they'll get more out of it.
All right, here's one that this bracelet's a little mucked. I can't that gap's not that nice.
That model, most of them will be.
No, of course they will, right? You're talking 60s. It's a 4-digit plastic, no quick set, no nothing. You're winding that motherfucker for a while, right?
I've had one of these, and what a pain in the ass it was.
Apes, you tried it on Tandem BQ, right? Looked good on. Yeah, I did try. I believe it was the 40 actually, Apes. So yeah, no, it was cool, man. I like the gold sub. Obviously, on my skin tone, the gold's gonna look nice. I want to get another Submariner. I really want to. I don't know, Danny. I usually hated precious metals, and now I've just got the bug. Like the last 3 watches I bought were like precious metals, man. So
fucking treat yourself. And tomorrow's not promised, is it? If you can afford to do it and you want it, go for it.
That's the way I see it. And I think a lot of people say, well, it's too much. I can't wear it all the time. It's too much. I never really got that. Like maybe different skin tones, different shades. Maybe it looks too flashy or it doesn't or whatever. But to me, I could rock this all day long, man, and not worry about it.
I think like yellow gold watches look better on darker skin.
Yeah, I think so too. And but again, it's people are talking about its usability. It's whether it's too much to wear on a daily basis, and I don't think it's too much, man. I think it's spot on. Like you said, right? It's a true luxury good. It's made of precious metal. It's a hunk of gold on the wrist. Like, I mean, people wear a hunk of golds on the wrist for like thousands of years. Like, why is it too much to wear it on a watch now?
I fucking wear it in my mouth.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Collector Invest. You may not have seen that before. There you go. He's got it in his mouth as well. So, so 1803.
Patel Philippe. I know the best watch for you.
Tell me.
You need to get the catch-up Timex.
Catch-up Timex. Let's see if I can find a catch-up Timex. Yes, the catch-up Timex. Let's see here. So, Danny, this is the ideal Patel Philippe watch by Collector Invest, curated by our good friend Collector Invest.
Should buy that and throw all Pateks away.
Otto says Nathan is everywhere now. Look, Nathan's welcome everywhere. Nathan's cool. He likes to hang out on the panel. He's good. He's good shit, man. We like Nathan. He's awesome.
Tom, going back to day,
mm-hmm.
do not get an 1803.
So this is the thing. So the 18. So I was trying to ask Archie, like, what's the best bang for buck? The first one was the 1803 because look, in 1803 you can get it for low, like probably 10K, maybe close around that. Super cheap. Cheaper than most Rolexes out there. You get a solid gold watch, but Danny says do not buy. Now, Dan, why would you not buy the 1803?
One, because times have changed and we don't need plastic crystals and watches now. What's the point in having a beautiful watch like this to be all scratched up and not be able to read it?
Yeah, bro, but you got toothpaste, man. Just rub a little bit of toothpaste on that.
Yeah, I know, but do you really want to be doing that? You don't want to be having
my plastic, my plastic glass watches smell like peppermint, bro. Like,
I do like the pipe and dials on these. I do like that, but it's a bit stuck behind there now, innit? And setting the fucking date on the day, what a pain in the ass. Because when I had one of these, and I had to say, if you went one day up, like you went one date over, you had to start from beginning. You couldn't go back to like 9 o'clock and flick it to thingy. You had to do the full 2 rotations to a day again.
What were you saying, Nathan?
You would wear that watch at a fancier place, but if you go to Burger King, you would wear the Timex.
Nah, I mean, Nathan, I went to McDonald's with Bear like almost every morning for breakfast in New York, and I was wearing like more expensive watch than this to it. So I don't mind, man. I don't mind my fast food. I'll go to Burger King rocking a gold day. Why not?
I just try to be funny.
It's all good, Nathan. It's all good.
Would you have a 36 mil? Would you wear a 36 mil?
I would. I
like them in 36. I like them best in 36.
Like, again, it's all proportional to the individual, right? Like Archie always talks about why he needs to wear big watches. He is a very tall and very wide person, right? So a smaller watch may look a little ridiculous on him. I'm a lot smaller and less wide of a person, and 36 mils are just fine. They are small. They're not ideal, in that sense, but they're not like inordinately small where it would look out of place, in my opinion.
Yeah, but look at Muhammad Ali. He wore that little Cartier, didn't he? It looked like a girl-sized watch, and he wore that, no problems.
Here we go. We got Saad here telling me not to buy the 1803.
Yeah, he's gonna do.
Dan, what is a watch?
It is an instrument to tell you how many seconds you are, how closer you are to death.
Thank you.
Nathan liked that one. So Toyota Mo says, Saad, he says, is there a reason why David SW is selling a Pepsi on Jubilee for $27K? I don't know. Let me look that up. I don't know. Maybe there's something special about it.
Yes, there is a reason. It's been sold by David SW.
Well, that could be one of the, could be one of the reasons here. That could be one of the reasons. Let's share the tab here. David SW and Toyota Mo says a Pepsi on Jubilee. I see one for 23.
Not the white gold one, is it, by any chance?
Well, I mean, I don't think so.
No, not 27. It won't be, will it?
Nah, I mean the only one I saw here, Mo, was so there's a Batgirl. There's I mean I see an Oyster and I see a Jubilee at 23. Now it's still high, I would say, but his prices are definitely on the higher end. But yeah.
They were always like that, but the only thing that people say about David SW is that uh, their watch conditions are outstanding always.
I bought. I bought my Nautilus from David SW, and I bought a bunch of watches from him, and they've all come, like you said, in really good condition. I've had some friends that have had issues with some of the watches, nothing major, but David SW always made it right, like to the extent of offering to do a Rolex service or offering to do service at a specific watchmaker or his own watchmaker. He's just like, whatever you have as preference, I'll take care of it, and he did. So like David SW definitely. Definitely a guy who would back up his claims. Yes, Mo, the general is here. He knows he's trying to save me from not buying 1803.
Don't buy 1803.
Yeah.
Don't waste your money.
Otto says for some reason I prefer the pre-ceramic bluesy, specifically the bluesy. Go for that one. Saad, you told me to get the ceramic version, not the pre-ceramic. And Danny's also saying to get the ceramic.
The 1-1. Not the 1-2, the 1-1.
Yeah, the 1-1, the 40 mil.
Yeah. I believe the 1-2 will be even better than the 1-1. Why 30? Why do you not like the 1-2? It has a better movement.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, does it? Clasp's too long. It's got white print instead of gold print on the gold.
You can cut the clasp in half.
Yeah, fucking hell, but I don't even know why I even fall for it.
The clasp looks like a banana.
All right, let's look at some more watches that are a bit yellow like a banana. So Saad and Danny have already chucked out the 1803. They say, Tan, don't be a cheap ass. Don't buy a cheap date. So now I have the next generation. I have the 18038. So single quick set, not double, single quick set. Danny and Saad, onyx dial.
I thought an 18 thingy 08. 38, 18038 were double quick set.
No, 238's double quick set. That's gonna be the next one.
238, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Ignore me.
Saad, what do you think? 18038 Onyx dial.
Love the dial, but no.
The case is little bit polished. If this is a 18038, then the case is highly polished. That's one issue with this watch. The lugs look really thin for a 18038. And rest, I would say the only thing that is good about this watch is the dial and the discs.
Yeah, I like the Onyx dial.
Is this dial original?
I don't know. I just typed Onyx, so maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe, but let's assume let's assume it's an original Onyx dial. So you're still saying don't go single quick set. You guys are saying no to the 18038.
Yeah.
Yeah. Single quick set is a obsolete movement. Double quick set is the lowest you can go, and that's the 18238. But I personally prefer the double 18238. It is much more improved in all ways, in all aspects.
Yeah,
and you can find an Onyx dial 30 on the 118238s also if you really like an Onyx dial.
Yeah. No, but I agree with what you've just said there, Saad.
Saad.
We're not Jubilee bracelet once best.
Saad, we're not gonna fuck around if we're gonna go into the 18238. We're not gonna fuck around here, Saad. With Onyx styles in the 18238. Why don't we go with this one here, Saad? The 18238.
Yes, this is an 18. No, this is also 18038 from my humble opinion. Because I can see the design of the case.
You are right. It is an 18003. Let me find a 238 here. Hold on.
238 is for poor people.
Why is it 238 for the poor people? Why is 238 for the poor people?
Because they are telling the whole world that they cannot afford a double 18238.
Here we go, Saad. 18238.
Yes, this is 18238. Yes, I can see from the.
All right.
From the head.
18038 or 18238, Saad.
18238.
Same here.
So this is the we know Mr. GMT is watching because he super chatted earlier. This is the Mr. GMT watch. He has the champagne dial, double quick set. Archie said the same, by the way. He said, "Fuck the 18038. Don't go single quick set with a 038. At the minimum, go double quick set with a 238. Best bang per buck date 8 is what he's saying."
He is right, but I would say the best bang for buck is the 118-238.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about, like, let's say we're trying to bargain.
5 digits. 5 digits. Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to bargain shop here because, again, two side. Like, if I'm saying I don't mind the 36 mil, I actually may prefer the 36 mil date 8 specifically because I don't want to necessarily buy a completely new one or a modern one, right? I'd rather buy something a little bit older, a little bit more different, right?
You can get the modern 36 mil day date for a good price.
The 128-238, you mean?
The one, the
1-1.
128 is the latest one.
Is that sorry, I don't know if it's the very, very latest one because I'm not up to date.
Very, very latest, the 128-238.
I'm on about the one with the Super Jubilee bracelet on the solid bracelet.
Okay, those were old models, brother. Those were not the new ones. New one never came with this.
What do you call new?
If you're talking about the date just, then yes, 116-238 is the one which you can go for. It's a solid Jubilee bracelet, solid gold. 116-238.
They do. My pal had one, and it were 2016, I think it was, and that had the solid Jubilee bracelet on it.
Yeah, but that would be a date just, not a day date.
No, this were a day date.
All right, we haven't even talked about metals here, boys. Metals. You know, colors of metals, guys. Colors of metals. Now, I wanted to do gold, but Saad sometimes can say, well, you know what? Sometimes you can never have enough gold, right? So, what about this option, Saad? For me, what do you think of this option?
Tridor.
The Tridor. This is a 18239B. This is a 18239B. So, this is basically a white gold watch with the 3 metal fusion.
Oh, by the way, I actually seen that at the garage sale. One of those.
You need to get back to garage sale and get it bought then. If you see,
should have picked it up there, Nathan. $100. You were saying should have picked it up.
I mean, there were 3 for 100.
3 for 100. What it sounds like a combo meal deal. Pat Chris here, Saad, is saying pink gold day dates from the 70s are hard to find. So that would probably be an 038, right?
Yeah, 1803. That's it. 1803, but in pink gold. That's, of course, I understand it's difficult, but it's not recommended also because back in the day, the metallurgy was not that good. So pink gold could turn to yellow gold if you had chlorine in contact with the metal. So I would always go for the Ever Rose, not the rose gold, the Ever Rose, which came from, which started from 2005, I believe, with the 118-235. 118-235.
A lot of they just did that, didn't they? The white gold bezel started going yellow.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. So back in the day, the white gold was the white gold bezel was actually rhodium plated. So you could see after some wear and tear, the pinkish tone coming out, which looked really ugly. You had to rhodium plate it again.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And with the date just, it was actually just the bezel, but with the day dates, it was the whole watch we could turn into
the whole
pink.
watch? I've not
Yeah,
seen
the whole watch. The whole watch.
Oh God, it looked like it was a fake gold watch, wouldn't it? Then
I don't know, Jay Gray. Jay Gray saying, "Am I the only one that likes the Tridor?" I like the Tridor. I'm trying to ask these guys, should I get a Tridor?
Okay, we'll answer you, bro. We'll answer you. Okay, so Tridor was a failed model for many people, and the issue with Tridor is it is very difficult to find the links and the dial. The dial is different than a regular day date.
That's a good point. What you said about links there, Saad.
Yeah, links are important.
I won't want this anyway. It looks a bit fruity for me. That.
So no on that one. I'm gonna pull. I had the 1803 that I was saying, pink gold. Definitely a different tinge than Everrose. Everrose seems a bit more coppery to me compared to this. It seems like more like a warmer, still a bit more copper than I would like. Patek Philippe is a lot more yellow, I would say, than this. But Everrose is like a next level of coppery to me when I look at that, tinge of gold.
True, that's correct.
And that's just what I don't like about the Everrose compared to this. I like this, but again, you guys aren't recommending I get an 1803 because apparently Danny says like my fingers will fall off when trying to wind that watch to the right date.
Yeah, that's true. It's not a practical watch to own. The 1803 had plastic sapphire, the plexiglass case. I mean, the glass. So that was a scratch magnet. The movement was terrible. The reserve power was terrible. Difficult to set watch. What is good in this watch? I still cannot understand why should one go for a 4-digit day date, whereas for a little bit more you can actually get a much better 5-digit.
Can I recommend a watch for you, Saad?
Sure, bro.
Now, again, Saad and I, like day dates, but Saad, this is a special one. This is a message I'm saying to you, written in a language that I know you can read. And I'm going to try to blow this up if I can for you to read it.
Caboose. That's caboose.
Yeah, sorry, it's not agreeing with me, but it is a Sultan Caboose.
Sultan Caboose style, yes.
Sultan Caboose style now.
By the way, sorry?
No, I'm going to show them the AP in a second. You can keep talking while I pull it up.
Okay, so now, from my understanding, they never produced a pink gold on a 5-digit reference number day date. So they went with the 4-digit and then straight away they recontinued the pink gold on the 6-digit reference numbers. Oh, this one. This is our favorite watch, man. This is our favorite watch.
This looks like the guy Danny was having dinner with the other day. Like this guy.
Kebab eater.
This is a so this is Sultan Caboose, I think, and he just puts his face. There's other watches, by the way, but Saad and I know that this is our favorite. So when I found a Caboose like day date, I was like, this is for sure Saad's. Let me see if I can find. Was it the? There's this one.
That reminded me of Saad. So look.
What other one is it, Saad? Like, there's another. Is it another AP? Right? He did it on a few APs.
I think it was this gentleman who had most of the Esprit limited edition Rolexes. Who is this?
Saad, this is me and this guy at watch.
Okay, you are with Caboose.
That's it. That's why it's worth loads.
Hey, you should have bought that watch and give it to him.
In fact, I've even got my day date on that picture.
What can we say about this watch, man?
Sorry, I clicked into like TikTok or something and it started playing all this music. This is a millinery AP. It's the same guy. It's the same guy who's putting his face on like all these watches.
I thought that was Cholet.
Oh yeah, here we go. This one's for Hoff, right? So like Hoff is gonna get on the trend because me and Saad are obviously influencers and we start trends here. So like this one is for Hoff on Smash. If you're watching Hoff, this is the one you should get. And I think it has you written all over it. Like
this is gift set. This is the gift set. With matching cufflinks also.
Honestly, Saad, this is what I would give you for your wedding. I'd give you this set. Like
oh, that actually would match him.
This is really some just like ridiculous shit, guys. Like I was showing you guys a Patek Philippe over here that the guy like he commissions for himself and it makes it really tasteful. And then you just see stuff like you see stuff like this, and just just like stuff like this. Like you got people who have class and taste, and you got some real motherfuckers out there that just don't. Now Toyota Mo I think would do this. He would put like the tomato of the tomato Mo on the dial. And get himself a matching ring set or something. I don't know, man. I don't know, but
this is from the gift shop. You find these at the gift shop.
Exactly.
Saad, is this Takor? Is this Takor?
This is Nadeem, uncle.
Takor must die.
So boys, Takor, yeah. I was perusing Cartier's website earlier today. And I just like, what are the most expensive watches, from Cartier? I gotta get into watches here. I don't think I'm in jewelry. So we go watches, and let's just say view all. So view all watches, and let's say price high to low. And let's see what it gives us here. So it's all these jewelry watches, like $268,000, like all just like diamonds, jewelry. And it's funny because when you make fun of Archie about liking the Panther, I mean, this is a Panther that's like fucking $270,000, like, and it's I think it's a quartz watch. Like this one's a $238,000 quartz movement. Now, Saad, look, this in the subcontinent, I think this is definitely a Maharaja's watch, or at least his Maharani's watch.
No, not Maharanis. Maharaja will wear this. They usually wear small watches, the Maharajas. They wear Harry Winston's mostly. Harry Winston.
Yeah, really? Harry Winston?
Yeah. The ladies size Harry Winston. They love it.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, I was just, like, Danny, everything's just like all this is like women's jewelry watches or whatever that are like super crazy. Because I was like, is there anything that's like a high-end like man's watch that would be like kind of fitting in the bill here? But it's all like women's.
Shouldn't we start a new trend, Dan? Ladies have started wearing men's watches, especially the Daytonas and subs, etc. Why shouldn't we go for ladies' watches?
Look, I could see Danny rocking this, man.
Oh, wow.
Walking the mean streets of the UK, like rocking this, gold tooth
The
out. Like,
Munna Bhai.
You're definitely a Munna Bhai, like $174,000 here, Saad, for our Chaudhry fan himself, Surdi Danny. What do you think of it? Surdi Chaudhry is what he should be. Surdi Chaudhry.
Chaudhry Danny.
No. Surdi Danny's Pakistani name will be Sardar Danial.
Because Danial is an actual Pakistani name. It is. I know.
Different, isn't it?
Surdi is Sardar.
Yeah, like it's all women's watches, man. We're like, where are the men's watches that are actually like decent here? This is also like a women's watch. Like, what the fuck is this?
Right, I need to go because my phone keeps pinging. But nice to catch up with you.
No, it's good to have you, man. Good seeing you, man.
Waiting for you, Surdi.
Be milenge.
Phir milenge, inshallah.
Phir milenge, see, man.
So this is the Panther collection.
Yeah, Archie's like, this is his ultimate, like, when you ask him what is his favorite Cartier, he always says the Panther, which is like a woman's watch. And it was just interesting to me because I was like looking for watches on Cartier, and I was looking for their like Privé line that has like, a couple, like the tank chinoise, but like, in a man size, I guess. And it just didn't really find anything, man. It was all women's watches for all their super expensive stuff. But
what is the significance of Cartier when it comes to watch world?
Well, they did create the first man's watch. I believe that was the Santos Dumont Cartier. Pull up a Santos for you guys because I'm done looking at these women's watches here. Santos.
Bulgari has also done these snake watches. Women love them.
Yes,
you have seen it?
Yeah, I have. Those are look, I think those are actually cool. I like the snake watches.
The serpentine, yeah.
Yeah, I like them. So Santos Dumont. So and also considered a pilot's watch, by the way. For everybody that didn't know, Santos Dumont was a friend of the Cartier. I guess the owner of Cartier. Sorry, remove this for you guys to show you the watch. And he created a watch for him to wear in flight, which was considered the first men's wristwatch, as well as you could consider a very, very early, if not one of the first pilot watches out there. I don't know if people would really consider this a pilot watch when you look at it today, Saad, but definitely a very historic. And look, like people think Cartier, it is a jewelry brand, but definitely has history in watchmaking, no doubt about it.
What is the quality of movement? How good is the quality of the?
I mean, they're okay. They're okay. I think I believe what Cartier is what Richemont. And they're just going to use they're just going to share movements and whatnot in the conglomerate. So it's not bad movements, it's not great movements. Most of them are not like highly finished or anything. I'm not talking about the really high end stuff, but I mean they're okay.
So if somebody has the budget of $4,000, would you prefer them getting these?
I mean, I wouldn't recommend people to buy these unless they really like. Look, there's certain people I would recommend it to. People that like Cartier, they like fashion, they just really want it for the name, right? Like, yeah, I would recommend it for them. Saying, yeah, like I would take that over an Omega because they wouldn't get the same vibe from the Omega that they would from the Cartier. I would say, but if you're just talking about the general population, or if randoms ask me, I would be like, no, I probably wouldn't recommend a Cartier. I have one. I have a Santos, and I like it. It's just probably not the first watch I'd recommend to somebody. No.
Okay.
So, what's the first watch you recommend to people? Someone comes up to you, they know that you're, into watches. They have a bit of money. Not crazy money, but just a bit of money, and they can afford probably into Rolex. Like, what do you recommend for people generally to buy as their first watch?
Datejust.
I'm the same. I'm 100% the same. It's always Datejust.
Always Datejust. It's
Because
like buying a Ferrari in red color, so it's by default correct. You will never go wrong with a Datejust, no matter what kind of configuration you have. Two-tone, ever rose with steel or all steel, they're all excellent buys.
when I first started looking around for my first Rolex was a Datejust. It was like an engine turned silver dial, 36 mil Datejust. So just very very plain Jane, not even a fluted bezel, so engine turned bezel. And I think it was the one after the 1603. I think it was a 16030, and it was also that kind of dilemma: do I buy the Datejust or do I buy the Submariner? And I just always revolved. I always kind of went back to the Datejust because it is. I felt it was more versatile than the sub, and I get it that people wear suits with subs, but I still think a Datejust looks better. So I don't know if you disagree or agree, but
No, this is actually 100% correct. Datejust is if you really want to have only one watch and you don't want to think about watches anymore, so just get one Datejust. That's all you need. 36 millimeter, 40 millimeter, 41 millimeter, whatever you want. It's excellent buy. And you can always find a new, I used to buy a few dials for my watches. So if I could go bored with one specific watch, so I would just change the dial on it. Dials were very cheap back then. It's expensive now, not too expensive, but it changes the entire dynamics of a watch. If you have a watch with white dial, change it to black, it becomes a totally different watch.
I agree.
So don't just buy another watch, change the dial.
It's just people like they just, I don't know. It's in watches. People don't like to do that for whatever reason. I would agree with you, man. If it's a Datejust, they had fucking hundreds of dials. It's not gonna matter. But there's just people who just don't do that,
Do you
man.
remember these old Nokias with which you could change the faceplate, or what
Yeah,
what
yeah.
was it? So
The cover,
you
yeah.
the whole cover made the mobile phone a new mobile. So same thing with dial or bezel. You can change it and you can put the original back again. It's not a big issue.
Yeah, and look, it's interesting because in other hobbies like car collecting and whatnot, like there's that group that is like has to be original, has to be original, has to be original, and then there's the other side, the mod side, and they don't want stock at all, right? They want you to change the wheels, they want you to lower the car, they want you to turbo the car if it's a naturally aspirated engine or supercharge it. Like it's all about modification. But in
I I
watches,
I
it's not.
always
Mhm.
Yeah, I always prefer them to modify or change the things which can be reverted. So you can change the bezel to a diamond one, or maybe some other gemstones, or change the dial. You can always revert that to original settings. But if you put a pave diamonds on the bracelet or on the case, then that cannot be reverted. So don't do something which makes the watch become an aftermarket watch. You can always go for any dial you want and just keep the original dial with you. That is it.
Well, that's actually quite depressing news, Saad, because I met ABC a few weeks ago. I don't know if you were watching at the time, and I wanted to do that to this day date that I'm looking to buy. And ABC gave me a great address of a place in Karachi called the Hira Mandi, and he
Yeah,
said at the Hira Mandi they'll be able to do it for you. You can go to the Hira Mandi, you can get
and they
all
usually do it
all
for
kinds of.
free. They just want to have good relationship with you there. So if you ever want to change the dial or maybe something else, you can go there.
Well, I think you go there for a lot more else, at the heat up
Yes,
Monday.
yes.
So yes,
Especially lubricants,
yes.
changing your lubricant.
We got Paddock Chris here. I don't mind the some Santos Dumont models. I like the Ronde and is a sleeper model. And when they reboot the Roadster, it will be hit. So Saad ABC actually was wearing a Roadster. Really cool watch. And I agree that hopefully Cartier will reboot the Roadster. We got Keslowitz in the chat as well as Mobster who says the Datejust is the OG. It really is, man. It really is. I've always been a big Datejust fan. I asked Archie about the Datejust, and I'll pull it up here because you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Please do.
I just need to find it.
I
Go ahead.
I don't know why the new trend guys, including Archie, don't talk about Datejust no more. It's like talking about cars, but not talking about Rolls Royces
Yeah, it's
or Lamborghinis. It, it's the most important watch, I would say, um,
do they
from
do they
last 50 years.
do they still make this? I mean I don't know if this is real or not. But here I'll pull it up. They still make these on Jubilees. This is a
No,
116238.
yeah, they don't make this anymore. 116238. Yes, this
Yeah.
got discontinued. Very it's actually I this is one of my favorite watches, by the way.
I think
And
it's so unique because you got an all gold Datejust, gold Jubilee. Like it's pretty rare, man.
it's a very rare watch. The only trouble with this watch is the Jubilee bracelet is not very strong. So the integrity of this bracelet, it becomes looser, much more easy to make it loose, or the links makes huge gaps after some time because it's a 5 link combination. So with the president bracelet, that's much more solid. With the oyster bracelet, that is literally indestructible.
Billy Jeans is saying, "Yeah, I wish they would make a 9-carat Rolex Datejust in 36 mil." So Rolex did were any of the solid gold or gold Datejusts with the Jubilee in the past were some of them 14-carat and not 8?
Yes, they were 14 carat before
Yeah.
they started using the 18 carats. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I pulled up a more modern gold Datejust on a Jubilee because yes, if I went back in the past, I knew you were going to hit me on that. You'd be like, "Yeah, but it's 14-karat gold. Like, do you want to get a 14-karat gold
No,
watch?"
never. Yeah, it's outdated fashion. Now, the excellent thing about this watch, which is on the screen right now, is you have unlimited number of dials. You can swap any ordinary date just style or onyx style or whatever you want to on this watch and make it even rarer.
Yeah, and
And
look, I would agree with you though, Saad. I don't think there's
yeah,
anything wrong as long as you keep everything. You have the original dial. There's nothing wrong with swapping it out and then putting it back if you want to make your watch look a little different. New pair of shoes is always good for a car, right?
yes, this is a very special watch, and some people they bought this. I know few people who had this, but most of them went for President Day date directly because they said, okay, this it's just few $1,000 difference in the price, and we are getting the best of the best, the President bracelet and also the day window. So they went for the day date, and eventually this watch got discontinued.
I know there's a couple presidents that wore like Casios, and some wore forgot what other ones they wore in the United States.
Well, maybe war in public there, Nathan, but a lot of them probably have it in their private collection, and they just don't wear it out in public.
Well, I think Kennedy wore his in public.
Yeah, there's a few presidents. I mean, obviously that's where it comes from, the name the president from the U.S. presidents. But I would say that when you said this the comments side, most people went with day dates. That's usually what Archie tells me when I bring this watch up. He's like, "Nah, just get the day date." Like he's just not about the Datejust life being solid gold.
I think this should not be taken as a lower model to day date. This has its own presence. And if I get one of these at good price, I will always go for it. It has a concealed clasp, and this looks really beautiful on wrist.
All right, boys, let's pivot a bit to Audemars Piguet. So, what do you think of this remaster 02, a tribute to brutalism? What do you think of this watch on the screen here, Saad? Is this a Saad watch, or is this a throw it in the bin like
How much
Investor would say?
does that watch cost?
A lot of money there, collector invest. A lot of money, not cheap.
Oh man,
So
I
my
like that watch though too.
yeah, my love for Audemars Piguet started because of you, Tan. You used to talk about this brand a lot, and I started researching, and then I came to know that Shah of Iran used to have one of these.
You
So
did.
it's not a brand, it's not an ordinary brand. I would also ever always prefer Audemars Piguet or Rolex. In life,
It,
you have to go, forward. You have to move ahead and elevate your status. So this, I believe, has much more status than Rolex.
my only beef with AP right now is I still believe they made the wrong bet with the code 1159. We'll get into that in a second. Referring to like my APs like that I've had, I mostly collected Royal Oaks, Saad, and I did like the Royal Oak, and I still like the Royal Oak. I picked, I flicked my Nautilus before I flicked my Royal Oak, for example. So, kind of think of, or I chose basically the Royal Oak as the one I would want to keep, amongst the two, basically, because I felt that the Royal Oak just gave me a lot more. And the difference between the Royal Oak and the Nautilus, for everybody listening, is, the Royal Oak really is, the art of that watch is dial up. So the bracelet, the case, the grand tapestry dial. I'll pull one up here if I'm just obviously describing it. I might as well pull
You
one
have
up.
the one with white dial, right? These days.
Yeah. It was white in my previous 15300, and the last one I had was a 15500 with these. It looks like a white dial, but it's actually a silver dial. I'll pull one. There's obviously. I don't want to pull like just the tourbillons. I want to pull like just a regular. Okay, here we go. This is a white gold one, but you guys will get what I mean though. But really, the beauty of this watch is dial up. It's this, the bracelet, and how smooth this bracelet is, in the finishing too. You've got this, this really cool bezel, exposed screws, grand tapestry dial. Really, just the way the light plays on this watch is just it's very spectacular. And that for me, when I want to buy a watch like that, I want to look down at the watch and it looks special, right? So I always felt that this watch had a bit more for the wearer than the Nautilus, which is a nice looking watch. It looks nice on the wrist. It's not finished, I would say, as nicely as the AP is. The light doesn't play off of it as it does with the AP, but the movement of the Patek, the 324 movement, is better finished and a better movement than, generally speaking, the movements that are in, especially the AP in-house movements that have been being used since the 15400, I would say. So Patek is more beauty, on the backside, and this one is dial up through the case, through the dial. Like, it's just a more beautiful watch to me.
I think the AP Royal Oak is much more beautiful than the Nautilus. The reason people love Nautilus is because of brainwashing. People think that it's all psychological games. People think that the Kelly bag and the Birkin bags are the most beautiful bags in the world, but it's actually not true. You can find other brands to be much more beautiful, but we all are like that. Anything which is expensive automatically becomes better in our brain.
So we got my rant about the code 1159. So you hear about this watch literally like on every other stream where everyone's trying to spruik this, like they're trying to convince others that this is like a cool design and stuff like that. And some of it is cool. Like I like the way the glass, has a bit of the curvature to it. I do like, a bit of those hollowed out lugs. Some of these are some of these pieces are cool, but looking at it from afar, Saad, you see it when it comes up close. You see all the details. That is the cool part, and I get why people say you need to consider it because of that. But you zoom out like this side, and it's just a regular circular watch. It doesn't look any different than a Patek Philippe or anything else. And that's my, like, I just can't see it. Like, I don't see why AP, who are known for an iconic design, through the Royal Oak, would go and say, well, we're going to put all of our bets now in this circular watch. What do you guys think?
Is this a poor man's Patek Philippe dress watch?
Look, some of the complications and pieces, and I'll give you an example of why I wouldn't say it's a poor man's Patek, because some of these are actually very nice. Some of these are just too much, but I'll show you one that I do really like. Is this one right here? This is the perpetual calendar, code 1159, and with an aventurine dial, Saad. So like, look how beautiful this dial is. Like this, you won't necessarily get on a Patek Philippe dress watch. And so I would say that no, it's not necessarily that, but again, this brand chose to go with a circular watch as its like new piece. It's new. We're releasing a new lineup, and it's going to be spectacular. And then, boom, boring circular watch. 1159 perpetual with a aventurine dial is pretty sick. Second best code to the Star Wheel. Yeah, I mean, the Star Wheel is the other good one. I just didn't show the Star Wheel because everybody shows the Star Wheel, and everybody kind of knows about it. That's Saad, have you seen the Star Wheel, the Wandering Hours complication? I don't know if I missed it already.
And then there's this one that I found on. It's a vintage one, but it looks nice on the.
Is this one you sent on eBay there, Nathan?
Yeah.
All right, let me pull it up here for you.
It looks nice on the look.
I could see Saad wearing this to his Walima for sure.
Yeah.
Like they'll know at the truth, Kana. You have no money.
Yeah, they will instantly recognize that. And also, is this Tiffany?
It says turquoise. It says turquoise, not Tiffany blue. It says turquoise.
Retro dual time vintage series of.
What's wrong with this watch, Nathan? The price?
Well, look, you get a better deal if you buy 4 or more. You can buy 4. No, I think Nathan, this is a Timex, isn't it? Or is it a Casio or a Time?
It's Casio.
There you go. It's a Casio.
If you change the brand name to Patek Philippe and change it to $300,000, suddenly people will say that this is the best watch ever.
This is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
I know Casios are kind of good watches.
Yeah, Casio makes great watches, man. Nothing against Casio. But let's go back. I gotta find my other tab here for AP, guys. So AP code 1159. I just, to me, like when I see these watches, I'm like, meh. Everyone's like, you gotta get one, you gotta get one, you gotta get one. Like, do you really gotta get this, guys? I don't know. Like, I would just go with a Patek dress watch personally. I just, and I get it, right? Like people buy these, Saad, because AP will not give you a Royal Oak necessarily as your first purchase. You got to go and buy a bunch of, their circular lineup, watches that realistically, if you didn't have to buy them, nobody would probably buy them.
Are they doing this kind of strategy still? Because I thought watch market is going down anyway.
Well, think about it, right? Like if they were going to give everybody the Royal Oak as their first watch, they would never sell any of these code 1159s. I mean, any code 1159 simp, if you're in the chat, type it in the chat on if you had if AP was giving out the Royal Oak as the first watch to anybody who walks in, would anybody buy an 1159?
No,
I don't think so.
Never.
HR department is saying to make Archie luxury great again. HR Archie should be on hopefully in the next 30 to 45 minutes. HR department's also a code 1159 simp, but we know HR department's all about Rolex. So no, I don't think you are HR. You're not going to fool us. Forbin says Tanzio is clearly trolling Jonathan Quill Higgins to show his 007 Casio featured in Octopussy. Yeah, I mean, Higgins, if you're listening and you want to showcase your watch, let me know. Toyota Mo says the Star Wheel. Let me see if I can find a Star Wheel here. I'll just probably search Star Wheel. Comes up Star Wheel. Here we go. So this is the Wandering Hours complication, before you guys can see the star wheel on the screen. Beautiful watch, probably one of the only codes I think most people would buy. I would buy either this one or the Aventurine dial perpetual calendar. Saad, what do you think of this one?
I don't like it.
Let me find you. So this is, by the way, for everybody who's listening in the chat. This isn't the first time that Audemars Piguet has done a Wandering Hours complication. I'm going to show you guys one of their older Wandering Hours, or what you could call Star Wheel. This is them doing it in the past as well. I mean, this I don't think was a very popular watch. Can we see the star wheel moving? Yeah. Let me see if I can find a video here for everybody. Let me get this video going. I might not be able to play the audio. Let me just make sure I don't play the audio. Let's make this a bit bigger. But yeah, this is the Wandering Hours in motion.
We want to hear the audio also, Dan.
Yeah, I've had this problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you from the Audemars Piguet, the Star Wheel.
Or so. There you go. You can see the 11-hour moving, as well as the minutes. I mean, it's the Wandering Hours complication is cool. Don't get me wrong, but again, it's not always been a popular watch for AP. They have done it before, guys. This ain't a first for these guys. But I think overall, I think from a code 1159 perspective, it's a well done. I think it's a well done job from AP, specifically on the star wheel. I think it's beautiful, black and blue colors. Very chic, very nice. Yeah, I got nothing against this watch, guys. But when everybody, and it's funny because people say, well, you gotta get a code 1159, you gotta get a code 1159. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, you get me a star wheel or a perpetual calendar, I'll get a code 1159, but it ain't usually the one you're gonna get. Oh, the UK elections, the results are I'm assuming coming in. I think in the UK you're not allowed to speak about like how the voting is going during like the time that the polls are open. I think you can only talk about it after. So I'm not really checking out what's happening on the UK front. But if any of our UK friends want to let us know what's happening in the elections, I will pull it up. Saad, 1159. Did AP make a mistake? You making this their new quote unquote flagship? I would say.
They call it flagship?
Well, look, they're basing, and why I think that it is their flagship now, and I'll tell you is they made one of the most complicated watches I think they've ever made. Let's go back here this way through the 59 lineup. I believe it's usually at the top. It's this one, the Ultra Complications Universelle. I think this is like $1 million plus watch or some shit, like price on request.
This watch, they made it just to promote this line. You have to have a special piece in order to promote the whole line. So I understand this situation.
Well, I'm gonna get my shoes on. I'm gonna get going. I'll see you too.
See you, Collector Invest. Have a good 4th of July, man.
Take care.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I do understand your point with that. It's just they chose this case, right? They could have done it in the Royal Oak. They could have done it in the offshore. I think it'd be a lot more challenging to do that. But this has a grand sonnery, super sonnery, minute repeater, perpetual calendar, split seconds, flyback chronograph, and flying tourbillon. Now, generally speaking, to be classified as a grand complication, generally grand complications are perpetual calendar, chronograph, and minute repeater. Okay, it's generally those three complications classifies a watch as a grand complication. Now, the term grand complication varies by brand, and Patek Philippe calls it just the perpetual calendar a grand complication. But generally speaking, if Swiss is listening, he would probably agree with me that a true grand complication is perpetual calendar, chronograph, and a minute repeater, and that ain't cheap, ladies and germs. That ain't cheap.
So with this model, this specific watch, they wanted to hype up the code 1159 model lineup. It is the same thing that Rolex did with the OP, with introducing different kind of colors and then making it a rare, difficult to achieve watch. even though it was their entry level watch, but it became the most hyped up, and still it is difficult to find.
And I wouldn't even call the code 1159 hype. Like you see Mo's comment here, I visit the code page only when I click on it by accident, right? Like, it's not. I wouldn't say it's popular, but you're hearing a lot of it on YouTube. People are hopping on the panel and like, you got to get a code 1159, and they're taking their code 1159 and they're putting it on the wrist of other people that are hanging out with them. And I mean, I truly want to know, because the people on the that they hand it to are obviously going to say it's nice. But I kind of truly want to know what they actually think,
They're
because it's like,
basically deceiving themselves and trying to recognize the mistake they have done. So people tell them that no, it's you're right. This is a nice watch. It's just living in denial. They have done a mistake, a grave mistake, while buying these watches, and now they are trying to validate it.
well, for sure, I would agree with that for sure. Um, I never got it right. Like I
It's a
actually,
sin to buy this model.
you want to know you want to hear a hot take, a very controversial thing I'm going to
Yeah,
say.
but mute yourself first.
No. It's clean. It's about watches. It's about watches.
Okay.
I'll show. Okay, so AP wasn't the only brand that came out with a new lineup, right? I mean, Patek Philippe they haven't yet come out with a new lineup. They are coming out with a new lineup, I think, this year. And it's got a weird name like Cubalus or some random shit. But anyways, another brand
Still
that came up
better
with
than
one.
code 1159 though.
Well, okay, look, Code 1159, I think, came after this new lineup from this brand that I actually like, and I think I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this because I think a lot of people are going to disagree with me. But I actually prefer this new lineup that came out over the Code 1159, and this is the 56 lineup from Vacheron.
This is beautiful, man. This is
Yeah,
beautiful.
I actually prefer these, man. I don't know. People, like I said, people may not like it, right? People may hate on it, but
No, this is excellent, man. I will always go for this.
to me, it's just a cooler case. Again, it's not circular necessarily, right?
No, this is beautiful, man.
It's got a closer to a tonneau, kind of a mix of a circular and a tonneau shape, and that on the wrist will feel, it will differentiate it from,
Yes.
and
Any
I'll,
other circular round watches?
yeah, and it's interesting because I've been wearing my World Time a lot, Saad, my 5230. I wear it a couple times a week. I wear it to work, and that watch has lugs that kind of flare out like the Corne de Vache. Let me see if I can find a Corne de Vache here, to have you guys understand what I mean. Corne de Vache, the horns of the cow, Corne de Vache. Okay, so Corne de
Okay.
Vache, like you can see the lugs, and they kind of stand out, right? And it gives a visual effect that breaks that kind of, it's a circular only watch, as opposed to when the lugs are integrated. So in my perpetual count, so I wore my World Time a lot, and then I hadn't worn my perpetual calendar in a while, so I put it on the wrist, and it has more integrated lugs, even though they're a 3-step design, more integrated, and made the watch look more circular, which made it look a bit smaller. And again, from afar, you can't really differentiate it. Whereas on the World Time, with a different shape of lugs, makes it a bit different in a look perspective. And that's why I think on the 56, I can just really get behind that watch compared to like, the 1159. I don't know. Here's the 56. A few people are saying they like the 56. I think Toyota Mo said it. I love VC. VC has a great lineup. They do actually. VC. Look, the problem with VC, man, is they're like Patek Philippe. They have a lot of dress watches, like a lot of them, and they don't like Patek has, arguably, well, two, not arguably, they have two sport lineups. They have the Aquanaut and they have the Nautilus. In Vacheron, you really only have the overseas. And so again, we kind of fall into this whole, if you ask somebody, would you buy a Vacheron? Most people would say, yeah, absolutely. But which one would you get? Like 90% of people will say the overseas, because it's their only sport lineup. But the 56 is a really, really cool, really cool collection. I really like it. I liked it when it first came out. They came out with a super cheap one as well. Saad, I think it was like, it's this one. It doesn't have the Geneva seal on the movement, so it's a less finished, and that's where I felt that, like, if they had put the Geneva seal on this watch, like if they had actually finished it to that extent, like it would have been a home run at this price point. Like it really would have been. And yeah, that was the only thing that literally held me back from buying this watch. I remember when this watch came out, I used to be on the panel back then. So it must have been like 2018, maybe 2019. I don't know. Came out before the code 1159. And I remember going to the boutique and I was telling Jin about it because Jin really wanted to buy one of these. He didn't care that it wasn't Geneva Seal, but I did. And I was like, if I'm gonna buy, like, Saad, if you're gonna buy a Vacheron, if you're gonna buy a real Trinity piece, like, you want the finishing to be Trinity. You don't want it to be, some subpar.
Look, I don't have time to get a loop and look at the details all the time, but I would say I personally have started liking these designs now.
I wouldn't say it's about a loop, right? Like, high horology is really just about art. When you flip the watch over, the movement from all of that micro finishing that we talk about, whether it's anglage, which just means beveling on the bridges, to perlage, which is you often see that circular graining on the base plates, for example, to Côte de Genève, whether it's linear or circular. It's all about what the effect of that will resonate back, with using like play of light and just symmetry and consistency. Like when you see a Côte de Genève that's perfectly straight across bridges that are separated, right? Like it's something else, to the naked eye. That don't necessarily need a loop, in my experience, I would say, from understanding or appreciating high horology, from the case back of the watch. But again, high horology is just as much, dial side upside, as you were saying. You can appreciate the design. Like I always tell people, like high horology is 90%. Do you like the watch? Like 90% of it is, do you like it? Does it look aesthetically pleasing to you? And if the answer is no, then that's fine. Like you can say, I don't like the way this looks, right? It's not pleasing to me. And in high horology circles, that's not a bad thing. You don't have to buy necessarily an ugly ass watch that has and I'll,
Good finishing. Yeah.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you a good example. And I by no means think that this is an ugly watch, but I'm going to pull up the Philippe Dufour Simplicity piece for you guys. I'm going to see if I can find an article. This is from Watchbox. Maybe this is an article here. Okay, so it is an article. Like looking at this watch, the Philippe Dufour Simplicity, dial side up. To everybody or to most. I mean, Saad, you tell me your opinion. What do you think of this?
Nothing too special about it.
So Saad immediately says nothing too special. Just from looking at aesthetically, does not like, may not like the design, doesn't like the numerals, doesn't like. There's nothing wrong with saying, I don't like this. It doesn't look good. Now, this is one of the most exquisitely finished watches like of all time. Obviously it's a bit hard for you guys to see. I'm going to zoom in as much as I can. You've got hand guilloche on the dial. So obviously just in and of itself, and you can even says, it says guilloche right here at the bottom. Interesting enough, Philippe Dufour put a lot of information on his watch. He did put the dial maker, which is Medalum, did mark that it's a Swiss-made watch, did mark that it's a guilloche watch, and then he put Main, M-A-I-N, so that's in French. It's not main, it's Main, which means hand, right? So meaning he's basically saying the dial is made by Medalum. It's a Swiss-made, handmade watch from Switzerland with guilloche. Okay, so Mr. Zoso says Dufour is the world's greatest living watchmaker, and I would agree with that. But again, you don't have to love this watch. You can say, "Hey, this watch looks ugly and is not for me." To other people, this, and honestly, for myself, Mr. Zoso, I don't really find the front super spectacular, right? It's really here is where you're going to find the really exquisite finishing, and I'll walk you through it, Saad, real quick. Like when you look at the bridges, okay, in a machine finished watch, the bridges will never be like this. They won't be the finishing, the beveling will never be this deep in it. Like this is hand finished, very deep beveling on the bridges, okay? And not only beveling, and in beveling, we talk about internal angles, and you hear internal angles all the time. You hear Higgins, how many internal angles are on this watch, right? When you talk about internal angles, that's right here where you see the bevel, you see kind of the anglage over here meeting at this point internally. That can't be done by machine. It has to be done by hand. Okay, always. And not only that, but it's also when two bevels meet to a very pointed edge, I guess you could say. This is also very, very difficult to do by machine and it's hand done. So you got one pointed bevel here, one pointed, part of the bridge here. There's a lot going on here, and you don't need a loop. Like this isn't like magnified. When you look at Côte de Genève, and the Côte de Genève is done by hand and it's straight, right? That will reflect back, really nicely onto the viewer. You've got obviously polish, sinks for the jewels. You've got perlage likely on the base, but I can see a bit of it. It's a bit hard to see in the photo. You can see here on the screw heads, this is what's called black polishing, because you can see, this screw head is reflecting light back. These ones on an angle will not reflect light back. They will be polished to the point where they're black or they don't reflect light, so it's black polished. Like exquisitely finished movement, probably one of the best. I would say the only one, Mr. Zoso, that does anglage like as good as this, in my opinion, is Recepi. But again, like Saad, you didn't like the watch Dial Up, and it's like you could easily look at this and be like, nah, it's not for me. Even if you don't.
No. It's not that it's a bad watch in any way, and I understand the position of this watch. This is like a specialized kind of brand. It's like a Pagani. Most of the people will always go for Lamborghini over a Pagani because Pagani may be too much for them. I personally I would always go for the bases first, the Patek Philippe. I will first buy a Patek Philippe, then I will start going for these specialized companies. And the problem with these finishes is, yes, I love them. I totally understand because I'm into shotguns, and with the shotguns, especially British made shotguns, you do look at the engravings and everything which is handmade. I understand that, and I do appreciate it. But to me, I personally like the brand. I like Patek, Patek Philippe and Vacheron more than these brands. It's not for me.
Yeah, we had this discussion the other day. I was talking about the life cycle or the phases of the collecting journey. And there's always these stereotypes around like everybody starts with Rolex and then they go into high horology, they get Patek Philippe's, and then they go into vintage and all this bullshit, right? And the moral of the story is everyone says you always come back to Rolex. Now, somebody asked in the chat, they said, well, instead of going to Trinity, are you seeing more people go to Independence? And I'm saying, yeah, actually, there's really nothing wrong with going to Independence or going to Trinity, but I did try to correct some people out there that going independent doesn't necessarily mean better than Trinity. And I used FP Journe as an example. You often hear people who don't know anything about finishing talking about how greatly finished an FP Journe is, right? Trying to I guess ride off the fact that it's an independent brand and therefore by design it would have better finishing. That's not actually true. Patek Philippe's are finished just as well as just as well, if not better, in some cases than
Excellent.
FP Journes.
That's
Now,
good news, actually.
Yeah, I'll show you what
I
you're
just
really
don't
paying.
want a good finishing. I want a strong brand also. Nobody can touch Patek Philippe when it comes to branding.
So let me get into the here. I want to show you what you're really paying for with FP Journe in a lot of cases. I mean, it's not all cases. I mean, obviously the high end, very high end. NOCB is going to get really mad on that because on the high end, I would agree. But this kind of a move. So this is the movement in the chronomètre bleu and the chronomètre souverain, and it really has this effect of like you don't really see how the movement's connected at all, right? You kind of have you kind of have the movement in a very open design, and that is what FP Journe is known for. Their technical innovation, their technical design of movements. You see, talking about like the chronomètre résonance, and and many other amazing movements that FP Journe has created. Like that, the genius of that watchmaker is there. It's not in the finishing necessarily. Now, is the finishing bad? Absolutely not. The finishing is top notch, Trinity level finishing, but it does not necessarily mean that it is better than Trinity. Okay, and oftentimes, and there's people who have like really, and I'm talking like VVVIP Trinities pieces in the chat that often are here, and they say the same thing. They say, look, I own Kerry Voutilainen, or I own a Reshepi, and but I also own a very Patek Philippe minute repeater that is finished exquisitely and almost, if not better, than those other brands. So I did have the Reshepi here up. I just got to find that article. I don't know where it went. Oh, here we go. So this is the Reshepi. This is the Chronomètre Contemporain second edition. And again, a very like kind of plain, kind of plain dial. Like I can see people just not being super, super interested in it. Case design, not, nothing really to write home about, I would say, or really wow anybody, from that perspective. But, from the back side, from the dial side, or from the, let's see if I can actually get this to zoom a bit better.
We cannot see it.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Well, that's good because it was not what I want. Oh, what happened here? Share screen. Must not have clicked it. All right, here we go. So this is the Chronomètre Contemporain. I'm going to try to make this a bit bigger. Yeah, it's not fucking working. All right, let me go back, and I'll just use this here from the main page. So again, just a pretty like basic, basic looking watch. Not really super spectacular. You wore this in a room. Nobody would know what it is. Most people, Collector Invest, would probably tell you could buy this at a garage sale for about $50.
True.
We got Yankee Doodle, $2. This is an excellent show. Cheers. I know Yankee Doodle, you don't like the drama streams sometimes and a lot of the yelling. So yeah, 4th of July. I know a lot of people are at they're at cookouts or they're with family. Some people probably sitting with family right now, one earbud in, listening into the show. So I wanted to do some podcast style watch talk for you guys. Obviously Archie's going to hop on. I'm going to hop off when he does hop on, so that he can run his show. But, I wanted to make sure that our fans got a couple of hours of watch talk. Never really expect a lot of money. Definitely didn't expect a lot of viewers today. Very fortunate that we have 50 plus viewers today watching or listening in. But it is obviously a very, very big holiday in the States. Now, Saad,
One thing I have understood from all the watches that you have shown to us now is that Rolex has its own position. Their design is very distinctive. All of these watches that you show to us look somewhat similar. Please don't mind this, what I'm saying. They have elements which make someone, they might make even a good collector confused if they're looking at a distance. With a Rolex, even from 1 mile, nobody is doing what they are doing.
I was talking about this literally a few days ago, and I'm going to ask you a few questions, Saad, because this is I'm really interested to hear your responses. Who designed the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak?
It was the same guy who designed the Nautilus.
Gerald Genta, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows that name, Gerald Genta, right? Let me ask you this is the real question. Who designed the Submariner? Arguably the most iconic watch of all time. Who was the person that drew the design of the Rolex Submariner?
Was it Genta also?
No.
Who was it?
I mean, the answer is nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Like, there's obviously in the articles, Jacques Cousteau was part of the design, and so was the, director of, at Rolex. But I'm like, those two guys for a fact did not draw the Submariner like Genta did of the Royal Oak on a piece of napkin, right? And that's to talk about, we were talking about Rolex design, iconic, the most iconic. The saddest thing about Rolex to me is it's faceless. It really is. Like, we don't know, like, whoever created that design, who actually sketched that Submariner, the first time around, like that, I would be interested to know what other watches they've created. Did they create the GMT Master? Did they create the Milgauss? Who was this person? I asked Archie, and Archie didn't know. I asked Higgins, and Higgins didn't know.
There's a difference between a designer and a brand. These watches are designer watches. These are made by designers. However, Rolex is a watch made by maybe a collection of designers. That is why it is a brand.
Now we have some answers to the question here, Saad, so I got to read them out. 30 Danny in the chat says Mike the Snake and the Wizard designed it. One you see it says it was TGV. Chipper Chuck says genitalia. I don't know if there's any other. I don't know if there's any other folks who want to guess. Our good friend George Varghese in the chat who says, in my humble opinion, Laurent Ferrier has the best finish yet. I would agree. Laurent Ferrier is top notch. You can get the Galley Square micro rotor for a quarter of the price versus Recipe, Kerry Voulan, etc. Absolutely. Laurent Ferrier is definitely underrated in the independence group.
What do you think about the Gerard Periguet?
I don't like Gerard Perregaux that much. No, I'm not even a fan of the Laureato. When everyone was hyping up the Laureato, I was like, nah, man. Like the only integrated place to watch to me is the motherfucking Royal Oak. Like not even the Nautilus.
Were they at one stage the owners of Audemars Piguet?
Sure. I don't know. I don't know if Gerard Perregaux was ever the. I don't think so because Audemars Piguet is still family owned. It's still owned by like descendants of the family. It's a true independent.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know about the past, but I'm pretty sure it stayed independent. But getting back to the topic of independence, right? Like, independent doesn't necessarily mean better, and and George is a great example because George Varghese. I don't know if you saw the show a few days ago. George was on the panel, and he talked about how he got into independence super early. He was buying, watches very early, like FP Journes, and getting them at discounts, as well as even Richard Mille. He said one of the Richard Milles he has, or he was, had bought was for, I think it was like retail 70 grand. It was offered him for 50 grand. And now that watch trades 4 times the price that, was what he would have paid or what he did pay in the past. Moral of the story is there is huge upside, I would agree, in the potential for independent watchmakers to appreciate in value, I would say, for the pieces you have. But there's also a lot of risk. There's thousands of independents out there. And there's tons just popping up every day. And when it becomes very saturated, that's when I would say that you're at most risk of not having that value appreciated in the future. And so, look, lot of upside. George obviously saw it. He rode the wave. He's gotten in. He got in on the Nautilus in 2016, I believe. George, it's the same year I got in on the Nautilus, and we paid in the low. I'd say it was like the low to mid 20s for a Nautilus at the time. So, when you get in early, you get in early. So look, if you want to take the risk, go for it. Nothing against it, but understand that it's not a sure bet. It's far from a sure bet, is really what I'm saying. Toyota Mo $5. Saad, the Sultan of day dates. The new 40mm green ombre is the watch I'm looking to purchase next. Do I have your blessings?
First of all, my best wishes and lots of respect to Mr. Toyota Mo. He's a great person. Yes, I believe that the new release ombre green day date with Roman numerals is the best watch of 2024 from Rolex. If you get the chance to get it, definitely do. If not, then even if they offer you a slate green dial, the Stella green, which is still in production with the 40mm, go for that too. However, the 36mm with ombre dial is also not a bad deal. But of course, most of the people like the bigger watches. So this is the best day date you can get now, Toyota.
Yeah, let me find one here. I mean, I only got like renders and stuff, unfortunately. I don't know why, because I guess nobody has it, but
I can send you the images if you want.
Well, I got one up here on the screen, so
okay.
Is it showing now? It's I'm getting some.
Yeah, it is showing. It is.
Okay. Yeah. So he definitely has you have his blessing there.
Ashirwad, yes, he should proceed. Proceed, Mister.
We got Archie. You can read this one. Hey, man.
Hey, what's some great watch talk there? I heard some great watch talk.
Oh, you were listening.
What do you think about this watch, Archie? This is the new release, the ombre green. You remember the vignette dial they used to have in the 70s and the 80s? Actually, you also had one.
I remember the vignette dials in red, not so much in the green.
Yeah, they had in brown, red, green, blue.
Archie, you want to read these super chats? I got this one here for Toyota Mo. It's your opinion as well as Saad's.
Toyota Mo, $5. Saad, the Sultan of Day Dates, the new 40mm green ombre is the watch I'm looking to purchase next. Do I have your blessings? I think I still prefer that plain green, the uniform green dial myself. If I had a choice. John Claude Beaver, $8. For brand power, do you think uniform design language is important across a catalog, e.g., compare FB Jean versus Patek Rolex versus Omega?
I think yes.
Well, it really has to be unique, right? Like if you're just doing a circular design, like you're not going to differentiate yourself that way.
Then no use. Yeah.
You could say that, but I mean, you look at it with AP. They got the Royal Oak, which is their, that's the one-trick pony.
Mm-hmm.
They had they just tried the Code 1159, which I think, to be honest with you, is going to go exactly like the way of the Jules Audemars.
I agree. I was hating on it for like an hour, saying, I mean, Archie, there's so many people spruiking it on YouTube right now. They're like, oh, you got to get a code. You got to get a code. I'm like, nah, man. I definitely don't need depreciation in my life. One more super chat.
George Varghese, $5. Saad, your opinion on the Eisenkaizen Rose Gold Day Date. In my humble opinion, it's the best stone dial Rolex has. Your opinion, please. Saad, this is for you.
I think the Eisenkaizen is an excellent rose gold day date, but you still have meteorite dial on the platinum and also on the white gold, so that's not a bad dial also. However, on the rose gold, I would say that this is the best you can get. On the yellow gold, the onyx dial is excellent also. So if you can get the onyx dial, yes.
In my own case, if I had a choice of a Eisenkaizen rose gold or the meteorite dial, I'd have to go for Eisenkaizen.
I'm a stone dial guy, so I would go with, I mean, they're both technically stone dials, but I would say that I like
has that watch, doesn't he?
Well, I think George Varghese has the Eisenkaizen as well. I think he does.
By the way, that's interesting talk. You're saying who invented the Submariner?
Yes, who invented the subbies, Archie? Let me know.
I think if you look at the history there, it was really a Datejust with a bezel.
Well, who invented the Datejust? Who designed the Datejust?
Well, the Datejust was kind of like the bubble back. It grew from the bubble back.
Who designed the bubble back?
Exactly.
Well, the bubble back was the whole point of the bubble back. It goes.
Who designed it?
Who designed it? Who give a fuck about the point? Who designed it?
Yeah. Who designed it?
It's faceless, Archie. It's faceless.
But it was to be a waterproof watch.
No, but who designed it, Archie?
I think it's more of an internal design.
I'm sure it was, but we don't know who internally designed it.
No, that's a fair point. Fair point.
All right, boys. I gotta run. I gotta get some dinner. It's been 2 hours, Archie. You got the ship. It is the 4th of July. Wish our American friends a happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day to all of you Americans.
And by the way, guys, one of my favorite movies, Born on the 4th of July. Very, it's a really good movie. It's a good movie. Very confronting, but I really love that movie. Saad, my friend, how are you?
Archie, kindly tell me, why do Rolex make the best dials on the 36 models? They are still making the malachite. They're still making the lapis lazuli, the carnelian.
By the way, I'm trying to find you a buyer for lapis lazuli, 50 tons of lapis lazuli. I'm trying to find a buyer for you.
Yeah, do it.
You mentioned something interesting. You said to me that when you cut that shit, the dust is very deadly. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. But you won't cut it. Don't worry. I know because of some
Here
incidents.
we go. We got Patel, Philippe, $50. Red, white, and blue. Happy Independence Days to my friends south of the border.
The more the purple the lapis is, the more expensive it is. So on the lapis, you need to find the deeper blue. It should be like a royal blue kind of stone. And also the pyrite should be more than the calcite. Now, calcite is white impurities in the stone. So always, whenever you are going to purchase a lapis dial watch, whether it is Rolex or any other brand, try to get the one with more pyrite. Pyrite is gold dust. You see, when you look at the lapis, you find
I'll just be one tick. Just cover
not
me
a
for one
problem.
tick, son.
Okay. So with the lapis, you have three things that you have to take into account. One is the color of the stone. It should be royal blue. That means the combination of purple and blue. Second thing is it should have pyrite. Pyrite is gold dust, and it should have lesser. The lesser the calcite, the better it is. Calcite is white impurities. This is about lapis lazuli. So character, you should always look at the character on the stone, what kind of character it has. You see bloodstone dials. With the bloodstone dial, if the more the red dots on the stone or on the dial, the more character it has. Same with onyx, same with other dials. So it's not that you go and you just buy a stone dial for yourself and you say, I have done a score. No, it's not that. You have to look at the most beautiful version. Same issue is with meteorite. So stone dials are highly aesthetics. They're very, they should be 100%
I'm back.
carefully purchased.
I got to tell you something, Saad. You know what? That I got to tell you that lapis lazuli. That is one of the most beautiful colors I think you can find. One of the most beautiful blues in the world.
I agree, Archie.
And I got to tell you, you know, why do they only make these exotic dials on the 36s? I got no idea. Maybe it's because they've already got these dials in stock, like they've been cut.
No. Archie, it's the one two. I mean, the very latest versions which came in the 2023, I believe, the Carnelian, the Aventurine, they were not cut precise. That's not the way it is. They actually designed it thoroughly for the 36 millimeter. They're still producing the 128239 reference number has lapis.
One of my favorite Rolexes, you know, they did the green dial in a 36 and it was on a leather strap. You know, the Rolex day dates on the leather strap. I thought, now they're a terrible investment, right? But
Yes,
they're so beautiful. They're so beautiful on the leather strap. You know what I mean?
yes, the dial actually matched the color of the strap. Those are the watches you're talking about, those models.
Yeah, yeah.
That was actually, you're right. That was not a good investment in a way that people always wanted to have president bracelet. I mean, you are actually paying almost same price as the president bracelet. They were not very cheap. In
They were
yeah,
not cheap at all, but they were kind of beautiful. Um, Marcelo's saying, isn't any simple. His stuff never makes sense. It is because the 36 is the traditional classic size. I don't think that's true. I don't think that really makes any difference. I don't know. I don't know
what he's talking about.
why they do this exotic dials in 36 mil. He said it's because it's the classic size. I don't think that really
Archie,
matters,
you
to
were
be honest.
talking about the 118138s. If you can
Yeah.
show it to the viewers,
Yeah.
the 118138 was the yellow gold version, which came with the green dial.
Yes.
The green dial was also available on the president bracelet. It was not just on the strap versions. So I have the one with the president bracelet and green dial. Now it depends on person to person, but they were never good sellers, Archie. I mean, you're buying a Ferrari, but with a V6 engine, that doesn't make sense. You always want to have a V12. So these were
like
the...
buying a Ferrari that's automatic, like the 400i. Remember the Ferrari 400i?
No, Archie, I don't remember that. What year is this?
I'll show you. The Ferrari, it was very wedgy.
Oh, no. Okay.
They were very wedgy. They were Pininfarine designed, but extremely
Okay.
wedgy, and most of them came with automatics.
Thank God I don't know about this.
Do you think they're ugly? Is that an ugly
Yeah, very
car?
ugly. Very ugly.
Ugly and unreliable? What do you think? But they're a V12. That's a V12 monster. Do you understand?
And these rims I've seen on some other model, the Mondial or something. These are...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I want to talk to you, Saad. Let's get...
What happened? Archie has closed his own channel. Hello, Archie? You there? So I'll read the super chats now. We have a super chat
Press the wrong
from
button. Sorry, I pressed the
Jefferson.
wrong button. Let me say to you something. You know, those Rolexes that are on the
Super chat.
Rolexes that are on the... Here we go. Just bringing that back up again. We got a super chat. This is we got super chats coming in here. This is a super chat from our good friend Jefferson Exotic, $5. Honor to our brave and victorious General Saad. Thank you. I got to tell you something, Saad.
Yes, sir.
I want to say to you, I've actually seen that green dial.
118138. Yeah.
Let's bring it up here. That is because the strap, you see, it's got that buckle there. It is actually one of the most beautiful green straps. It's got a beautiful buckle. Now, I don't think, if you have this watch, I don't think you can actually fit a president bracelet to it because it wasn't sold like that. You know what I mean?
But there is a but to it. You see, when you zoom the case, you find there is an attachment to the end link section. So that was just to make it aesthetically pleasing, because it was technically not made for this case was not designed solely for the straps. So they put this attachment. You see a piece of metal in between the lugs.
I'm just trying to find that, actually.
Any picture, just zoom it. They all have it. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, you can fly from the side angle here. You see there is this gold metal in between the lugs to conceal the gap between the strap and the case. Yeah, this one.
Oh yes, I see what you're saying.
No, Archie, there is a secret. This is removable.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you remove this, you can technically fit a proper bracelet. But don't share this information with anybody.
But if you remove it, is it broken?
No.
Okay.
It's not broken. It is detachable, actually, not by end user, but it's expert person can do it for you.
You know what I love about this watch, what I love about this watch, Saad,
What do you love
is
about this
that
watch?
this is the sort of watch you buy when you are so rich you don't give a fuck about flipping it.
That's true.
Like someone would buy this because it matches a pair of green shoes they've got, or it matches
And bent
their
also.
it matches
Yeah.
their E-Type Jaguar, and they thought, you know what, that'll be a cool watch to wear. Fuck it.
You
And
know,
he'd
they're
be a
still
real
using this.
guy. Saad, he'd be a real cunt of a guy because he's buying 36, so he'd be a little short fucker. You know, real short
And
fucker.
skinny also. Not just short, but
And
skinny too.
yeah, oh fuck, I hate them so much. I'm
Yeah, the
already
skinny,
hating
girly looking guys.
skinny, short, and super
Girly
rich.
looking.
I just hate him. Don't you hate him?
And they usually wear fabrics from Loro Piana, Chiffonelli brand, Loro Piana, those kind of. And by the way, this clasp is still in production. They use it on the Cellini models.
Yes. I got to tell you something, Saad. I wanted to ask you something, okay?
Sure.
One thing in China, you know, I'm in China at the moment, right?
Okay.
By the way, I'm looking for a buyer to buy industrial quantities of lapis lazuli, okay?
Yeah, do it.
One thing I find interesting, you know, there are very few older cars in China.
Okay.
Like you know, like classic cars are not a thing here. Nobody likes classic. Everybody wants the latest model.
That's good taste.
I don't know, Saad, that's not good taste because it's sad. Because don't you like a 911 Porsche? Don't you like an air-cooled one? Don't you?
Come on, Archie. They break all the time. They have issues, and issues. You always go for new stuff in the world. Go for new watches. The newer model will always be better than the old one. If that's not the case, then why will they be making a newer model? They want improvements. They always want improvement. Look at the caliber, the movements of Rolex watches of today. Compared that to 1970s. Which one is better, Archie?
Saad. What I'm trying to say is they don't have any respect for classic design. They just want the latest and greatest.
Yeah, this is a rich man's world now. Classic cars are okay. I love them. I love the Miura in Lamborghini. I love some Rolls Royces, Phantom 4, 5, beautiful. I understand Silver Cloud was beautiful. Cloud 2, the long wheelbase. But I will always go for the newer model. Better air conditioning, leather, electric heated and massaging seats. The sound
But
system is from Mark Levinson.
Saad, there are some cars that are more classic. You know what I mean?
These new Rolls Royces are contemporary classic. They look classic and they're modern. They're not bad, Archie. Phantom 8 sit in it, the long wheelbase. It's not a bad car.
I
The air
understand,
suspension, the hydropneumatic suspension, it's outstanding. It's like you are just on a cloud. You don't feel any sound or anything.
What I'm
The
trying to
sound
say is
dampening.
they also, that same rules, you know, with cars, right?
Yes.
They don't like my Breguet, for example. They say, oh, that's the old model. That's, you know, too chunky. As soon as fashion changes, they don't. But I like the chunky monkey. It's a hockey puck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is a beautiful watch, and Breguet was a watch made and worn by the kings. It's not an ordinary piece, Archie. It's a specialized brand. Once you are done with Rolexes and Patek Philippe's and these other mainstream watch brands, then you go for something which is rare. A, a, a person who has been collecting Ferraris all his life, then go to Paganis. They go to Zondas. They buy those kind of things. Koenigsegg, bespoke stuff.
Yes.
You get bored of Corollas. That is why you buy BMWs, Archie. Both of them are cars. Both does the job similarly. But when you sit in a BMW, the leather quality, the sound system, the dashboard quality, everything counts. The environment is totally different. That is the difference between a 2-star hotel and a 5-star Burj Al Arab. The environment is all about the environment.
I get you, Saad. I get you. I understand what you're saying. Okay.
You have only
Saad,
one life to live, Archie. Sit in BMW and enjoy your life. You should be thankful for having a BMW.
hey, I'm gonna show. I was talking to my friend CB. Do you know CB? He's a lovely man, right?
Yeah, central bank.
He just asked me which one is better. Look at these two watches here, Saad. Have a look at this. He got these two. So this is 5712 and 5726.
Which one is
what do
his?
you think? I think both of them are his.
Okay, we'll satisfy his ego. Both of them are excellent, Mr. CB.
If you had a choice, now is one rose gold? I can't work it out.
Gold. Rose gold, Archie. Always go for the rose gold. Unless it is platinum, then white metal counts. Otherwise, steel and white gold, they both look the same. Go for the rose gold. I don't care about what kind of movement it has, how many complications. I like the rose gold finish.
Yes. I understand, Saad.
However, both of them are ugly.
Let me ask. What?
Both of them are ugly looking TV. They look like old 70s Sony television. The cathode ray tubes.
The Trinitron. The Trinitron.
Yeah, the Trinitron, which take around 10 minutes to turn on.
I love
these are ugly looking watches. Ugly watches.
TVs at the day. What do you think is more beautiful?
I think the rose gold.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, I think precious metal, I want to ask you something. How much of a precious metal, you love your precious metals, don't you?
Life is all about precious metals, Archie.
Yes, I agree. Yesterday, you know what happened to me yesterday, Saad?
All I know is you have a super chat.
We have a super chat. Super chats are greatly appreciated. And on the channel here, that's how we survive. Without the super chat, Saad, we can't survive. And I just want to say a big thank you. We got a super chat here. This is Patel Philippe, $5. Archie, please pursue the Goyard site for a box for Saad. Thank you. Shukriya. Could you pronounce it? What does that mean?
Yeah, shukriya. Shukriya means thank you.
And the gangster, £5. Can we run a poll? Is Saad the best thing since sliced bread? Now, actually, Saad, I've just in the moment, I'm getting something downloaded for you because fuck, I
think the best thing after sliced bread was mayonnaise.
Your what?
The mayonnaise.
Okay.
Is my internet bad?
Oh, the mayonnaise. You like the mayonnaise?
Yeah, it's important.
I didn't know you had that. Yeah, mayonnaise. Now, I'm just downloading something for you, okay? Because you like food, don't you?
Sometimes.
Oh, sometimes. What does that mean? Sometimes you do, sometimes
you don't. It is life, Archie. Sometimes you like people, sometimes you don't like people. But these are ugly watches.
I'm going to bring something up. We've got to do a few things. I got to do a few things with you, Saad. I got to run a poll because these are very important. We run the poll because I've got to tell you something. Let's have a look here. I'm running a poll. I'm running a poll. Here we go. Start a poll. Here we go. Is Saad the best thing since sliced bread? Wasn't it? Since sliced bread. You just confirm that for me.
Yeah, this is it.
Is Saad since sliced bread? I've got that poll running now. Now,
Does Saad
I
like
want to
sliced bread?
ask you something. Saad, I'm actually going home next week, and you know what is waiting for me at home, Saad?
KFC.
Actually, I have another LV box, Saad. But
Why did you do
they're
it
not
that, Archie?
I got it very cheap. They made a mistake in the listing, okay? But
Is it new?
they've actually said to me they're not sure if it's real. So we've got a few issues. It could be the lighting. A couple little things have come up, okay? Now, I want to say this to you. With the Goyard itself there, you are a huge Goyard fan. Do you have a Goyard? Goyard is only in a certain number of stores, you know?
Yes.
And I got to be honest with you. Do you have any dogs? Because Goyard makes pet accessories as well.
No, I don't. I used to have dogs. I love dogs, but I don't have them anymore. But I will never purchase anything from Goyard for the dogs because my dogs won't like it. They like food more than these stupid things.
Okay, go and have a look there. Now, you know who this is, don't you? Who's that guy there? That's he
Karl
was a huge
Lagerfeld.
Goyard fan. That is Karl Lagerfeld.
Yeah, Karl
Karl
Lagerfeld. I
Lagerfeld. That's
remember.
his
He
Goyard.
died. Yes.
God. Oh, and they auctioned off a lot of his stuff. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't knew that.
Now let's have a look there, Saad.
Is my internet bad or yours, Archie?
Have a look. Yeah, travel. I'm just having a look because I don't know this site very well. Trunks. They had trunks. Look at this. They got all the trunks, trunk bags, trunks, small trunks, pet bowls, small trunks and boxes. That's what we want, Saad. All leather goods. We have got here under small leather goods. Let's have a look at this. Here we go, Saad. These are the watch boxes. Now you need to get one of these. This is the 6 watch box. Okay. Look at this.
Yes, beautiful.
This is for you, Saad. And they've also got the 4. What do you think of the 4? Is that enough? Would 4 be enough?
No, the sixth one.
Maybe that's the one for you. You know what I mean? So this is it here. It's called this is the one. Look at this. Designed for 6 watches. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful box? You know something? I actually went to Louis Vuitton. You know, after my burglary, Saad, I was greatly disappointed with them. Look at the different colors. We've got black and tan, and we got black. What would you prefer, the black and tan or the black? I think the black would be better.
Yeah, the black is better because with the tan it wears and it.
The silver. I like the silver hardware. That's more modern.
Yeah, this is palladium plated.
Now, Saad, I went to LV and I asked them if they could fix my box that was damaged in the birth. They basically said they can't do anything, okay?
That's bad.
And the thing that's annoying is
You still bought another
said,
one.
"Oh, come in, sir," and they tried to sell me another one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not good, Archie. We
got another super chat. Patel Philippe, $2. AC3, if your LV box is real, I'll pay $5.98 AUD for it. Thank you, Patel. There we go. What do you think of that? He's a good friend.
He's a good friend, yes.
And we've got another super chat from Will Money. Tried on a silver dial day date 40 at the AD today. Lovely watch, but it was Rolex CPO. The price on the tag was 57,000. Who are buying these certified pre-owned? That's just lunacy. That is lunacy. Tried on a silver silver dial. So that's just the yellow gold one, is it?
It is, yes. And this is actually the most easy to get day dates. Why would somebody want to buy it on CPO? It's stupid.
That is ridiculous, don't you think?
The lighter the color on day dates, the cheaper it is, and the easier it gets to own one. The white dial, the silver dial, these are the least desired watches.
Certified pre-owned. That's just ridiculous, Saad. Now, I wanted to show you one of these boxes. How many good watches do you have in your collection now, Saad?
I am a one watch guy, Archie. I use only one watch mostly, so I will never buy a box for myself because it will compel me on buying more watches. One watch is enough. How many watches do you need in life?
What watch do you have now?
I have day dates, a Datejust, and a Daytona.
Oh, you got a Daytona, a Datejust, and a Day Date.
Yes.
What size Day Date do you have now?
I have all the old models, the 36 millimeters.
Okay. You didn't want to go to... You had a 40 for a while, didn't you? You had a 40.
The white gold, yes, the white gold, yeah. Didn't
what made
like
you
it.
Get out of that?
Ugly watch, Archie. It had a grey dial, and white gold is not my thing, Archie. It's absolutely ordinary looking metal.
But it feels precious. You know what I mean? I thought white gold would be you'd love that, Saad.
It's more of a grey gold than white gold. It gives you a greyish tone. I would prefer a platinum watch if I really want to have a white metal. And the resale on white gold is very bad, by the way. White gold is the worst sell day date. Second is yellow gold. Pink gold is somewhat better. Yeah, it has a better resale value because they make it in less quantity, the pink gold.
Mind you, this Breguet, they fall like a stone. Breguet is a great bang per buck second hand, Saad.
How much is this for? In United States dollars?
Look, they sorry, what was that?
In US dollars, how much?
Which watch? The Breguet, you mean?
Yes.
They're about 10,000 British pounds.
10,000 pounds. Okay. So, yeah, you cannot get any decent Rolex at this price.
No, that's exactly right. Definitely cannot get any decent Rolex at that price. And Saad, so you wouldn't, Goyard does nothing for you. Nothing for you. Goyard is just nothing.
No. It is my most favorite brand, Goyard. I have a briefcase from Goyard. I have a special order wallet from Goyard. Special order in a way, back in the day, anything other than black color was a little bit difficult to get. So I got myself a green wallet, the Victor, whatever it is. I like bags from Goyard for women. The Saigon is a beautiful bag. They make the Saigon bags.
Saigon, I love the Saigon. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
How about they got some interesting stuff here? The cigar holders, you know, the gifts.
Yeah, they have started making pens and ties also.
Okay. I got to tell you, they got some good stuff. Which Goyard do you shop at? Which country do you go to for your Goyard? In
The
London?
UK. Yeah, London.
Now, what about this? A double travel pouch for your watches. Goyard, look at that.
The only problem with Goyard
You know,
is that their canvas is very thin
Yes.
when compared to Louis Vuitton, so it's not too durable, and also the print on the canvas, it wears out after some time. With the Louis Vuitton, it is somewhat more strong, it is more intact with over time. So Goyard, technically speaking, is less durable.
Look at this. What if you were to get a watch pouch? This is just a watch pouch, because you said you did.
I would go for the green one. And Fauché Lapage also makes some boxes and stuff.
Yes. Very attractive stuff, but Goyard is so expensive, you know.
Very expensive. Not worth it.
Patel Philippe is a new member. He's just renewed his he's joined as a member. Thank you, Patel Philippe. What a great guy. Tell me this, with the Goyard stuff, right?
Yes.
With the briefcases, what sort of briefcase did you get? Can I find it in the catalog?
I don't know whether it's still continued. It's called Ambassador, size.
Okay, let's have a look here. Briefcases.
Yeah, but it's a soft briefcase, unlike yours. It's not high. Yeah, this one.
Ambassador. There we go. Ambassador. There we go. Look.
Yeah, but I have in the size. This looks like a PM.
This is MM.
Ambassador. Okay. Yeah, this is it.
What color did you get? The green, you said?
No, the black. On the briefcase, it's black. This one.
How much did you pay for that?
I don't remember now. I might be having the receipt, maybe £2,000 back in the day. It's 5-7 years back, I believe.
Okay, that was quite expensive. It's beautiful yellow inside. Is that right?
Yeah, this makes very easy to find things. So the yellow is really it's very practical also.
And you use that every day?
Not every day. For every day, I have other briefcases. This again, as I said, is a very delicate brand. Their canvas, they have lots of problems actually. The canvas is very thin. The structure is not very strong. I mean, it cannot stand on its own after some time.
Saad, this is we're in fantasy business. We're supposed to be doing dream.
This is a beautiful brand, Archie. The palladium plated, the accessories, everything. This is an outstanding brand.
I bought that LV box, right? And I'm too fat because I got this.
Fat is rich. Link. You know, poor people, the difference between poor people and rich people is the size of their stomach. The rich people are obese. So
Saad, I got a super chat in for you, $5. I want to ask you this. This is a good question. Saad, would you go Savile Row or Hong Kong tailors for a bespoke suit?
I think the Hong Kong does it much better than the Savile Row, but there is another option also. There is a tailor or there's a designer called Cifonelli, and I like their designs there, because the problem with Savile Row is they don't make wide lapels no more the way they used to. They also use most of the time notch lapels, but as he has mentioned, bespoke suit. So I would say Hong Kong, I've heard that Hong Kong does it much better than the Savile Row. Savile Row, actually, some of their brands, you know what they do? They outsource their to the Chinese, you know. They take your measurements and the suit is made in China and then shipped back to UK. Is that fair?
Life's not fair, Saad. Saad, fair is not a word for adults, okay? Speaking of fair, I
Court
want to
suits
show
are.
you a feast. I
What
want to
is
show
this,
you
Archie?
something. Okay, so yesterday, after my show, I went for a feast. The people I'm staying with in China, they said, we're taking you out for lunch. Can I show you the lunch?
Yes, please.
This is a buffet. So this is on the 33rd floor of the Hyatt, you know, the Hyatt Regency.
Yeah, this is. I can see from the double glazed windows. It's a good hotel.
Now this is the upstairs. That's downstairs. You see this table here? That's where I sat. Okay.
Okay,
I want to show you. You want to see some of the food?
100%.
Okay, so there we go. We're just looking, waiting to go in, because once they open the floodgates, you go in and you got to get yourself stuff. So there we go. That's the view. It's just, look at that. It's a beautiful view of Shenzhen. A lot of construction going on here.
I've been there.
That's the queuing up. They got a great kids area. Look at that beautiful kids area. They got free, everything is included. Drinks, wine, spirit, every beer, soft drink, all included. Now, this is my first dish. What do you think of that?
Very beautiful.
So there's roast, that's beef, pork knuckle, and some tempura and some skewers. What do you think? And some expensive fish. Look at that, expensive fish.
How do you know it is expensive, Archie? It
at
is
the
softer.
Hyatt Regency. Yes, it's softer. It didn't come out of a can, Saad. Okay, so that's course 1. That's course 2, course 3. Okay, there we go. We can see them here.
And what about more courses? Is that enough?
Now this is the ice cream bar. They had an ice cream. You could help yourself. There we go. That's how many. That's the duck. So I then got duck, pork, and some spring roll, some tempuras. You know, that's the prawns. Abalone here in the clay pot. See the abalone? And some sushi. And then always pick up some dessert, okay?
Yeah, that's important, yes.
That's the look at the tempura. Isn't that beautiful with the sushi?
Very beautiful.
Now that's the duck and pork.
Yeah,
What do you
Beijing duck.
think?
I love the duck. I have had duck in Beijing. It was amazing.
I'm starting to get full, man. I'm starting to get full.
You look happy. The duck is inside your stomach.
That's the sushi. This is the buffet, the sushi buffet. Look at the display. It's a real fish there. Look at that fish there in the ice. Isn't that clever?
Beautiful.
Beautiful Japanese. Look at that. What more could you want?
This is called lifestyle. This is the way one should live life, Archie. This is it.
This is the wasabi. The wasabi there. More fish. Oysters. How many do you want?
5.
That's the Japanese, the cooking here, or the chefs. That's more tempura. We'll keep going through here. So there we go, Saad. What do you think of that for lunch yesterday? Did I eat enough?
Ate very well. Not enough, it's high quality food. It's not about enough. It's the quality.
I'm still full. I didn't eat dinner last night and I'm still full today.
That's sign of a success.
How many days can you go from a big meal?
No, just few hours.
So there you go, Saad. How's that for a dinner? It's
This is pure class, Archie.
beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Tell me this. I think the Savile Road or Hong Kong tailor, there's a great tailor in the Peninsula Hotel. It's still very expensive.
Which peninsula? The Beijing one or Hong Kong?
No, the Hong Kong.
Okay. Archie, it's all about fabric too. You need to have Scabal fabric, Loro Piana, or Armenigeldo Xenia fabric. Fabric is most important,
I'll show you.
and of course, then
I'll show you. This is the watch box I bought. I don't know if it's real or not. We'll have a look. I'm pretty sure it is real because look at the hardware. You know what I mean? The hardware that doesn't look. They don't normally fake that. You know what I'm saying? Look at the locks. See?
also if you notice the canvas,
Got a bit of a.
I mean the pieces. Okay, the pieces are matching
This
with each other.
is terrible. Said, oh, they're not sure whether that's real. This is the worst thing here, but I'm pretty sure it is real.
This looks like it's redone. The cushions.
Okay, I'll have a look. But that outside looks fine, doesn't it? What do you think of that?
Even if how much did you pay for it?
$600.
Okay, not a problem. Even if it's fake, so what? It's still a box. You can use it. I mean, it's not an iPhone where you need to have the original one. The original ones will be costing $6,000, something like that, right?
It's ridiculous, Saad.
I think it's beautiful. The only problem is you will be buying more watches for this now.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
It's a big problem.
How many's enough? What's enough in life? When are you full? If I go to a buffet, when are you full? Can I ask you that? When are you full?
When you're about to vomit.
I see. Saad, tell me this. What plans do you have there? How are things going? Is everything okay in your home country? Are things getting better?
I hope so. For now, it is not. There is nothing very positive, but maybe in future, let's see. You never know. Things are tough everywhere in the world. There is everything has become so expensive everywhere. So there is no option. The cost of living in here is very expensive. The earning is very low. It's not the problem with the cost of living. The earning is the issue. So if you have less ways to earn money, then life becomes difficult.
Yes. Yes, I understand. You spent a lot of time in Dubai, didn't you?
I studied there, then I came back.
Because I was shocked when I went to Dubai, Saad. I didn't realize it's so expensive there.
Yeah, Dubai is very, very expensive. Yes.
It's not cheap.
It is not cheap in any way.
Cars are not cheap there.
And people think that fuel prices must be very low there because they think that it is an oil producing country, which it is not. Yes, in Abu Dhabi you may find some oil, but it's not like Saudi Arabia. So the fuel prices are expensive. There are a lot of indirect taxes. Toll plazas are everywhere, and
yes,
food is expensive. Grocery items expensive. Rent is not cheap. Electricity cost is not cheap. So but you get benefits. It's very secured place.
I got to tell you, I don't like to be negative. I think the world will get better, but you know what I mean? Like I think like China's in a little bit of a recession, right? But
Yeah.
I can't see it staying low forever. Same as Pakistan or any of these countries, they have great potential.
Yeah, the
One thing,
people. Yeah.
yeah, things will improve. You know what I mean?
I mean, you don't have any other option but to improve it. Otherwise, surviving will become difficult. So the only way to 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 move forward is to improve the situation.
Yes. The only way to move forward is to improve the situation. That's a fair point. I'm just going to bring something up on the screen for you. This is I just found this really beautiful photo. I want to share. Look at that. Look at that head there, Bear. Sorry, Saad. Look at that head there. Look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? What do you think?
It's very beautiful,
Now,
in my opinion. Yeah.
interestingly enough, this is looking at this watch here. It doesn't have quick release. No quick release. You see that?
They have never made quick releases.
Okay. This here, look at that. That's a beautiful, that green. I love the green, don't you? Look at the
Yeah, they
green.
came with actually two options, alligator and crocodile straps. Some of them were alligator and some of them were crocodile. Which one is this?
This, I think this is alligator.
Okay.
You can tell by the scales, I believe, but I'm not an expert in this stuff. The watch itself, look at it, isn't that just beautiful? Look at that. Isn't it it really is a nice watch.
But you know what I'll do is, if I really want to have a strap day date, I'll just get a regular day date with a president bracelet, and whenever I want to put a strap on it, I will just do that.
Now they also have a cognac option, the green option, and you've also got a cognac option.
Now
Which
this
color?
watch, yeah, this watch seems to have come with the cognac because nobody will change from green to cognac. They will always change from cognac to green. So, and even on the papers, it's written on the card, it's written cognac. The most valuable color is green these days, right? Or I will say right from the beginning. However, on the 118235, they had cherry red color and few other colors also. The rose gold version.
Tell me, would you buy a watch like this? How do you feel about it?
I personally like it, but the problem with straps is that I live in a very humid country, very hot and humid country. So it becomes really uncomfortable wearing a strap watch. You have sweat all the time on your wrists, and it destroys the strap also. It's very uncomfortable. I think this is for cold environment or air conditioned environment like Dubai. Dubai, you don't feel hot weather because your car air is air conditioned, your hotel, your apartment, every place is air conditioned. Even the bathroom is air conditioned, so you don't have to have any humid issues.
Would you ever get a Rolls Royce, Saad?
Yes, if I ever get a chance, definitely yes, because it's the best in the world. It's the best.
Would you get a Ghost? Is a Ghost okay? Is that okay? Acceptable?
Ghost is okay. I am more into the drop head coupes. That's excellent. And
we got George Varghese here, just joining us.
Hello, Mr. George. How are you?
Hey, Saad. Nice to see you again. It's good to have you back.
Nice to see you too, George. Hope you are doing excellent.
George, what do you think of these watches here? These like green dial with the leather strap day dates. What's your opinion?
I love them, Mark. I absolutely adore those watches. I actually have one of these in yellow gold with the President Day Date 36. So I love these. I'd like to get a strapped one too. I like it.
George, I had a very interesting conversation the other time you were on. And it's a pleasure to have Saad here with us. You were talking, George, about you in your life, you have spent a lot of money. And you enjoyed buying many beautiful things. What things have given you a lot of pleasure? Has it been necessarily the most expensive?
Not necessarily, Arch. Some of the best things I bought in my life were simple things, like, you know, the ability to, you know, better myself, to learn about, you know, better managing my life and my choices, you know, going to seminars on how to be a better person, things like that. So not expensive stuff. It's just stuff that I'd like to improve on, you know, things in
They
my
are
own
more.
life, my relationships.
George and Saad, is this box I've bought on eBay real or fake? I want to get your opinion.
Saad, you go first. You know this pretty well.
If the price is too cheap, then there is a 99% chance it is fake, number one. Number two, you have to just show it to any close by Louis Vuitton dealer. The problem that I see is the watch, the cushions, that doesn't look right. You see, it may be the pictures, but there is some.
I think it could just be bad lighting, Saad.
No, don't trust your luck that much, Archie. And
okay, so
I would say the only thing that I like about this box is the alignment of the canvas. You see, the lid and the body, they both have somewhat aligned canvas. So on the cheap ones, the stars and the LV and those monograms, they're not aligned properly, especially the lid and the body.
Archie, have you heard the old saying?
We'll take that. So we'll take it. So
Archie, have you heard the
real or fake?
Fake.
Fake.
Have you heard the old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is?
Yes, I love that saying.
Yes.
That's pre-Bitcoin.
I mean,
is that pre-Bitcoin?
The issue is these days Chinese are making super fake Rolex watches. Even the best of the best cannot, differentiate between a super replica and original one, especially the steel models. So you have to be very careful when buying stuff. The source should be well defined. It's important.
No. Spinnaker, $2. Love, Saad. Thanks for coming on, brother. George, I want to ask you something. You mentioned Goyard before.
Arch.
You mentioned some Goyard. How many Goyard watch boxes do you have?
I have one. I'll bring it out for you, Arch. I'll bring it on the stream and show you what I have. Okay, I promise you.
And
okay.
In Goyard, they got the travel watches, the 2 travel. They got the 4 watch box. They got the 6, and
I have the 6 watch box.
They got the 8 as well. So, would you be inclined to get the other travel, the 2-piece travel as well, to go with it?
I have it, Arch, and I'll bring it to you, and I'll show it to you on the stream. I promise you. Okay, I'll bring it. It's in my safe, so I'll get it for you and show it to you. But I wanted to show the punters my new pickup.
Cool. Look what we got here. Look at this, George. Sorry, not George. Saad. Look at this. What do we got?
Right here, De Batoon. So
it's the de Buffoon.
Like I said, Arch.
The de Buffoon. Look at this, Saad. When did you get this watch, George?
I told you, Arch, when I came on the stream, I signed a 3-year, $5 million deal with JJ to do all my unboxings on his channel first.
Oh, yeah.
So I got
this platinum?
This is titanium grade 5. And take a look, gentlemen. So you see this? The hinge.
Oh,
so this is the DB28. XP,
Yeah.
meaning extra plot or extra flat. Everything is handmade and hand engraved by Denny Flageolet for De Bethune, and it came from the 1916 company. So,
is the hinge necessary? That
yeah, well, it's only about 8 millimeters thick. So as you can see, it's only 8 millimeters, and I'll show you on the wrist. And like I said, I want to thank a couple of friends on your channel, MCM. He was really a good guy to run this through with. He knows his watches very well, and there was a few other people as
Yes,
well.
sir.
But so there you go.
it's
So,
beautiful.
yeah.
Congratulations.
So
Excuse the ignorance.
thank you very much.
Titanium grade 5. What does that mean?
Yes.
That's the.
It's made.
polish
It's a rich
is great.
man's metal.
I don't know if it's a rich man's metal, but it just means that it's the least. It causes no reaction to the skin, and it is the lightest and the best titanium that's made. It's actually made for something in my profession called dental implants as well. So it works really well.
Oh, dental implants.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you think
amazing
Invisalign works?
stuff.
Is Invisalign a good thing to Invisalign?
By far.
I think it depends
By
on
far,
how
Saad.
bad the teeth
By
are.
far.
Saad?
Okay.
So, for most of the cases, you can use Invisalign, but not all cases. So just FYI. But I just thought I'd just show some of your punchers, De Bethune, and like I said, 1916 company. This was a kind of a special piece that they procured for me. There's only one of these that they made for 2024. Yeah.
So 1916, that's
different.
the old Govberg. Is that correct?
Old Govberg. That is correct. So
we got a super chat from Thomas G, €2. BTC, he's talking Bitcoin, doesn't have any intrinsic value. It will crash.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. Okay. You had the skeleton Patek Philippe also, if I remember.
Yes, I do. Yep. The white gold skeleton Patek Philippe Calatrava. Yep.
Beautiful.
Correct. I remember you were on the stream when I showed that. I do remember that.
Yes. I cannot forget that watch, man. That's a very unique piece.
Yeah. So
we got another super chat. Patel Philippe, $5. Looks great, George. Cheers.
Thanks, 10. You're the best, buddy. So
that is a very beautiful looking watch.
Arch, thank you so much. It means a lot coming from the Pontiff. So you can see how thin it is on my hairy wrist.
Yeah. So how do you put this in the pecking order? How does this compare to like Richard Mille and that there? Well, what's your opinion on it?
Well, my RM is my all-time favorite. I'll bring that out for you too, Arch. I'll bring it. I promise you, I will. I just have to get clearance from my insurance company to bring this out. But reality is RM is my all-time favorite brand, and De Bethune is probably number 2. So, and I'll keep these in my in my permanent collection. So, Archie, you're about luxury, right? You don't.
It's all about luxury. Yes, this channel is all about rich people only.
Exactly. So I know you appreciate all this, Arch. So I'll bring it out for you, and you could criticize my watch collection, and you could laugh at me, and you could make fun of it. I'm a big boy. I can take it. So
George, would you ever get a Bentley or a Rolls Royce?
You already have it.
I don't have a Bentley or a Rolls Royce. I'm actually not. I had Porsches, that, but as my family grew, it was not very.
So you bought a minivan.
You mentioned you had a Pan Americana, didn't you?
I had a Panamera 4S, the 4-door sedan.
Yeah.
Yep. White. Well, I was going to say white exterior with blue interior. So
beautiful.
4S is all-wheel drive.
It is all-wheel drive with PDK and everything on there. So it was pretty nice. Very nice vehicle.
Yes.
Except the only issue I had with that is my son and I like to go skiing. So it's even though it's a really good all-wheel drive, I just never felt comfortable taking it up to the mountains. So
It's
as
low.
I
It's
enjoy
too low.
yeah, exactly. And when you put it into the sport mode, it sinks even further, and it feels just like when you're having a 911, when you're driving any 911. So I have to admit, Porsche engineered the Panamera really well to emulate as close as they could to the 911. So it's a beautiful car.
So what brand of car are you driving now, George?
Right. Well, right now, I'll be honest with you, Arch. I just I have a Subaru and I have a Toyota Highlander. I had a Jeep Grand Cherokee for years. So for me, I need practicality at this point in my life.
Hey, George, I think Japanese is the way to go. I'll be honest with you. I've been very disappointed in some of the European cars. The depreciation is horrendous. And you know what? The problem with these European cars is when you have one, you've always got to think about, where do I park it? Is it going to get this? It just becomes a real pain in the ass.
Right. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I had a lot of problems with the Mercedes that I had. I think I talked to you about that. I had a 2000 E320 back in the day, and I had nothing but problems with it. I had freaky things happen. I would press the button for the window to roll down, and the mechanism would break, and the window would just fall down, and it was just bizarre stuff like that. So I don't know.
That's a 210, right? W210. Yes.
The E320.
Yeah, W210.
Yeah,
I think it might have been a 211, Saad.
211 was the oval lights. It was. It still had 4 quad lights. But
what year was it, George?
It was a 2000 Arch.
2000. That'd be a 210 then, wouldn't it, Saad?
Yes, 210. Yeah, not 211. 211, I think, came in 2003. I believe maybe 2002, 2003.
Right, Saad. You know, the model that was good after the 211, the model after that was actually considered pretty good.
Yeah, 212. I had it, but I had the cabriolet version.
So
they were considered a lot better than
the newer Mercedes Benz are not very problematic, Archie.
Well, they have that new, you know, the E-Class and the C-Class cabriolet. They've combined it. You know, the new cabriolet.
What is it?
I think it's a CLE.
Okay, I didn't. CLE, CLS. These are very confusing. I mean, the CLS is something in between S-Class and E-Class. Why are they doing this? Why have they made it so confusing? Every day, the segment is being changed by them.
Well, I think the big problem with Mercedes is they tried to have a car for everybody. Remember, they had the A-Class?
I remember that.
B-Class and the R-Class and
the V-Class.
It was fucking... Yeah.
The V was the van.
Unfortunately, George, I don't think Mercedes is what it used to be. You know, you've moved away from Mercedes.
Long time ago, Arch. You know, if you're going to buy German, I think Porsche is probably the best bet.
It's funnily, I got a fan of mine who's actually an engineer. He's got a PhD in engineering. He's a fan. He works at BMW. And he said the only German car which is quality, okay, he said it's a Porsche 911.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't,
you know, the problem
argue with that.
The problem with a 911 is they're very hard to live with. They're very brutal. They're a brutal sort of car.
I never had that experience, Arch. You know, both
they're low to the ground. They're sports. You know, they're not.
Yes, of course. Of course, that's what you're buying them for, right?
Yes.
So, Arch, how you been? You been doing okay? Oh, DB.
Hey. Look, George.
Yeah.
Besides you telling me my box is fake, I've been doing really. Actually, I've been doing really well. I'm flying back on Tuesday, so we're in the home stretch. I'm in the home stretch. It'll be good to go back. George, it's very tough. I've been a bit down with my son's passing. You know, the problem is, even though I tried to give him guidance as a young man, you know, he was 28, he died, and it's just so fucking tragic when, you know, someone said to me once, when do you give up on the kids? And I said, you never give up until they're dead. You always try to see if they can come good. And it's such a tragedy. He's a 28-year-old. They did an autopsy. He was healthy, no ailments whatsoever. It was purely an overdose situation. And I still think he's going to ring me. I still think I could give him a call and say, hey, how you go? I expect him to ring me and try and hustle $50 from me. You know, I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that I had Christmas Day with him. His mother was visiting another sick relative. So I was very fortunate to have Christmas Day. I took him out to Hot Pot. And the sad thing is, George, I didn't fucking realize the last time I spoke to him would be the last time, you know? Like I kind of said to him, man, we got to catch up for lunch or dinner. I gave him $50. He wanted $50 to buy something. I said, okay, I'll transfer it. Please, man, just behave. I didn't realize that was the last phone call. This is the thing that's so unfair, George.
Archie,
and
I cannot tell you, you know, I can't imagine walking a day in your shoes, but the only advice I can give you is the fact that as you move forward in your life, each day it will get better, you know. And having children about your same age, I cannot possibly feel what you're going through at this point. And you know, it's an awful feeling. I have friends who've had the same situation, who've gone through, you know, kids who've lost, you know, they've lost their kids at about the same age, 25, and they always blame themselves. What did I do wrong? And they come to a realization that unfortunately you can't protect your kids all the time. You can't be with them 24/7, right? They have to live their own life. And unfortunately, you know, as parents, we are always accustomed to protecting our children, right? And you can only protect them so far. But the good thing is, Arch, you have one son.
I took him to the fucking dentist. I took him to the fucking dentist in February. Right. I remember.
Right.
I said, mate, look after your teeth, whatever you do. Because I'd spent $5,000 on his older brother. His older brother went through a bad patch, like a couple of years doing stupid things. And I said to his older brother, I said, mate, his older brother's 31. I said, mate, you're going to lose your teeth. If I do not put in $5,000, he needed 10 fillings, 3 extractions. Okay. I said, mate, if I don't put the money in, you will have no fucking teeth by the time you're 40. You understand, George?
Arch, you have to first come to the realization within yourself that you've done nothing wrong. You have to realize that you gave sage advice. I watched the stream where you read the letter that you wrote to your son, and that literally broke my heart. And I wrote down everything you wrote, and I have it upstairs on my desk, you know, because that was really poignant advice coming from somebody who's lived a great life. So your son, you know, they'll only listen to people that they respect and understand. And unfortunately, sometimes children listen to the wrong people, and you cannot be blamed for all that. They're around a lot of temptations in life. You know, I have a son like almost the same age as yours, and you know, when I don't hear from him, you know, my heart skips a beat. When he doesn't pick up the phone, that's normal parenting. But you cannot blame yourself. You can't go through life blaming yourself. You have to move forward. You have one son, and you know, you've been blessed. So you have one son left, right? And show him the love
Actually,
and the respect that
I
he
had
deserves.
4 altogether. I had 2 from my first marriage and 2 from the second. So I got 4. I got 3 left.
Right,
But George, it still
It's hard.
doesn't help. It doesn't help.
Arch, there's nothing that's going to help other than time. You know, and as my friend who's gone through a similar thing as you have, you know, each day it will get better. And you know, you have a support group of how many people on your stream that care for you,
I've had
you know,
some
want to
really
see you
good
do
things,
well.
George. I'm not
course.
super wealthy, right?
Right.
But I've had
It doesn't
many
matter.
opportunities. No, but what I'm saying is I've had many opportunities other people haven't had. I've flown around.
Right.
I got given a fucking sky dweller, right?
Right.
And then I've had such you know, George, I got to tell you, I just can't understand this shit. I've had some amazing things. Like I can travel and do shit and go around the world, and I got given a sky dweller. I've gone to some fancy restaurants. I've met some amazing, you know, people who are, you know, movers and shakers.
Right.
But I've had some fucking huge tragedy. I had the fucking burglary, right? Which just knocked. I mean, can you imagine losing your pride and joy? You know, you know, it's just beyond comprehension. And then you're still dealing with that. I was still dealing with that. And I'll be honest with you, the only consolation is I don't really worry about the burglary anymore now that the sun's gone.
Right.
I think, but it's life is fucking tough, George. I mean, you can, and sometimes you don't really want all your life aired out in public, you know?
Right.
But I kind of thought, look, if I don't air it out, you have some of these cunts out there who will spin their own narrative. And I thought, well, I'd rather be the one announcing what's happened instead of some other cunt, you know, trying to capitalize on it. And I got to tell you, George, fuck, you know,
Archie.
I would have to say,
Archie, part of the healing process is having this conversation, and that's okay. You know, you're all of your friends on the stream, and you know, all of us. You know, I love. You know, I have no problem listening to this because that's part of the healing process is to let somebody know how you're feeling. And like I said, I can't tell you that I know exactly what you're feeling and going through, other than the fact that I have friends who've gone through the same thing. So
the only way I can describe it, I went to Dubai with a good friend, right? And we got trapped in an i7. Basically, we sat in this car and we didn't realize that once we closed the fucking doors, we couldn't get out. Okay? And being Dubai, you know how hot Dubai is. The air is kind of, how do you, it's kind of gets stale quickly, you know? We're stuck in this fucking 7 Series. The windows are double glazed, so nobody can hear a fucking thing. And oxygen's running low. And that's kind of how it feels with my son, because I desperately want to talk to him, but that's just not possible now, is it? You see what I mean?
I understand, Arch. That I do understand. That I do understand.
That's that suffocating feeling, you know?
Right. And Arch, I think the only, you know, thing I could tell you is you were a good father to your son, and you have that to fall upon, right? You did the best you could, right? Unfortunately, kids make wrong decisions, right? And you can't be.
Unfortunately, with that addiction, they could be highly manipulative at times, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Arch. Absolutely. So, you know,
but
coming on the stream, I think is good.
I got to grab the super at the Rancher $2. That would be good for kneeling before Saad. Thank you there. The Rancher $2. Thank you, Rancher. I got to tell you, you know, sometimes, George, children can give you a lot of joy. They can also give you a lot of fucking misery.
I know that.
And
I do know that.
you must realize this yourself, George. You're quite well off financially, which I'm not criticizing you. I'm just stating a fact. The thing you don't realize is when you own these things, it can also be very painful if you lost these things. You know what I mean?
Arch, let me tell you something, Arch. I live by one code, right? I never love anything that doesn't love me back. Okay. Okay. I don't love all these watches. I don't love money. I don't love, all the material goods. I love my wife. I love my kids, and I love my friends. And in life, that's what matters, Arch. If I had lost all my watch collection, if I had lost, wealth, as long as I have the love of my wife and my children, I consider myself a wealthy man, a very wealthy man.
Very fair point.
That's in life. There's only few things that matter, and that is your faith in whatever God you might believe, and the love of your family and your children, and in life and friends. That's it, Arch. Nothing else really matters.
No,
my
you're
mother
right.
used to tell me. My mother always told me, wealth comes and goes, but family stays, right?
Yes, wealth comes and goes, family
Yeah.
stays. You're
Yeah.
not wrong
Yeah.
there, George.
No.
It's
And Arch, you and I are about the same age. We have kids about the same age. You have you've led you are living a great life, and you should be grateful and blessed because of the life you have. And these things that do happen in life are just an are just a part of life. Everybody goes through their own personal hell, right? Everybody goes through it.
yeah, you shouldn't have to bury your kids, but George.
I understand, Arch. There's, I get that. I'm not saying anything about that. That's a whole different situation. But what I can say to you is coming on the streams is, like you said before, it's therapy, right? Talking to people of your own age is therapy, right?
Yeah, no, you're right, George. It is very therapeutic. It is good. And
Right.
I gotta tell you, you are right there. Like these material things. The funny thing is, I've found is I consider myself middle class. I've met people with far more than me, and I don't know whether having more necessarily makes you that much more happier. It's like the guy with
It
one
doesn't, Arch.
Ferrari. Is the guy with 10 Ferraris, is he happier than the guy with one Ferrari? And the reality is probably the guy with one Ferrari, which is a shitty Ferrari he's got, it's the compromise Ferrari. He's probably a bigger enthusiast than the guy with 10 of the bloody things, because the Ferrari guy's also got other things his interests are. And it's an interesting, but the wonderful thing is, in this world itself here, you're in a country where you can make your dreams come true. You've always got to have hope.
Yeah.
And you mentioned you're from immigrant stock. That would have been very fucking hard. Your family didn't come over on the Mayflower.
No, they did not. They did not. And my family's experienced racism. They've experienced all kinds of hardships. My father had multiple heart attacks in his life. Stress induced. He's battled a lot of things in life. And like you said, the immigration and immigrants, I think, appreciate values of hard work. Bettering the next generation, things like that. So I consider myself very blessed to be where I'm at in life, and I'm always mindful that what I have can be taken away too, and it's always good to give to others and to be of service to others, and participate in social causes, and give back to the communities that you live in. Those were all entrenched in me, and I try to do that in my life. you know, being active in my community, you know, helping, you know, homeless people, doing other things. That's part of
Yes.
the definition of a success. I've always felt, Arch, the definition of a successful life has to include serving others. You know, find a cause that's
Yes.
near you. You know where you're at. Find a cause for, you know, when you get back to Australia, spend some time and go to these, you know, shelters and help, you know, people who have drug problems. You know, that's a way to remember your son, and that will bring you inner peace. You know, my friend did that. He lost his son to heroin, and what he did is he got involved in an organization that helps drug affected kids, and he's a better man for that. You know, and I would urge you to do something like that when you get involved in social causes like that. That brings you inner peace, and that's what my friend told me.
Yes, it's a very tricky thing, George.
Yeah.
And but you know, I think in some ways there, George, it's very inspiring to see your wonderful collection. What I think this is a good hobby. Like, the thing I love about the watch hobby is that you don't have to be super rich to be in this community, this Archieverse. You
Absolutely.
don't have to. You can have.
Absolutely.
And I always, I never downplay the fact to a lot of people, a simple Rolex is fucking expensive. That's a lot of money. And
Absolutely. You know,
it's,
absolutely.
I'm
You know,
sure.
it doesn't
What was
matter
your first
what watch
Rolex?
you have. My
What
first
was your
Rolex
first?
was my first one was a 2006 Pepsi GMT. I paid from the AD. I paid. It was like it was 43.50 at the time US, and I paid 38.50 out the door.
Yeah. Do you still have
And
it?
I have that. I'll never get rid of that. And I have the original receipt, and I'll bring it out and show it to you.
Beautiful. So that's a
Yeah.
pre-ceramic. That's a pre-ceramic.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Arch, you know, you're just such a, you know, I can't tell you how much you've influenced a lot of people on the streams. You know, myself personally, I bought a lot of watches. I think we had that discussion. So, you know, you have an impact on a lot of people. So what you say sometimes, you know, about watches actually does influence people, whether you like it or not, about their hobby and the collection. So, you know, you're really, you know, your stuff, and we appreciate that. And that's why I'm coming on your
No,
stream and
that's
showing
greatly
you how
appreciated.
much I appreciate you.
We got a super chat from
Mm.
Canuck Watch Collector, $7. George V, congratulations on your latest acquisition. It's a pleasure to have you on the streams.
Yeah.
And
And
I got
you
to
know,
tell you, George, it is inspiring. I always like to see beautiful
I
things.
was, yeah, I know you do. And you're very much like me. I like seeing beautiful things. You know, there's stuff that I enjoy, but you know, we can't have everything in life, but you can at least look and touch, right? And there's nothing
Exactly.
wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And you know, I consider myself wealthy because one, I have a, a, a loving wife and healthy, happy kids, and and God's blessed me with decent health. So I consider myself wealthy in that way. Monetarily, I couldn't. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. If I was making 20,000 a year or 2 million a year, it doesn't change the way I live my life. So I like to keep things calm, and I like to keep my life as simple as I can keep it, Arch.
No, that's exactly it
Yeah.
there. We got a super chat from Osman Alva. He's in Turkey,
Yeah.
Turkish lira,
Yes.
202 Turkish lira. I told you that I lost my child. Unfortunately, nothing will be the same. I understand
Mm.
your pain very well. Love, Osman. And
Yeah.
yes, it's I think he's spot on the money there. Unfortunately, nothing will be the same.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Very, it's changes the dynamics
Right.
Completely. Yes, I totally, unfortunately, I think you're right, but
you can move on
it's
with your life, right? But you can move on. You know,
yes.
you have
Well, the thing is,
to move on.
you have to move on, otherwise, you know,
You have to.
becomes
You're trapped in your
very
own
depressing.
personal hell. Exactly. You become trapped in your own hell, and that's not good for anyone.
No, that's exactly right there. It's I mean, look, sometimes you say to yourself, is it better if someone dies suddenly or if they die, you know, from an illness? Because you can at least with an illness, you can say your goodbyes and you can, you know, you can have that conversation. Unfortunately, with sudden deaths, hey, you don't realize that conversation when he was asking for $50 and I was a little bit shitty, this and that. Unfortunately, that's the last conversation. There is no guarantees you get another one. And that's a hard thing to accept. It's sometimes you look at these things and you think, fuck, it's just so it's difficult. That is a difficult pill to swallow. It's a very difficult pill to swallow. And I think he's right. My mother died when I was young, and you know, it's one of these things like, okay, you're not always sad, but also you're not always fucking happy. You know, there's moments like Christmas and Mother's Day.
Sure.
You think, fuck, it's kind of a bit shitty. And
Right.
unfortunately, my dad remarried quickly, and I didn't. My stepmom, we had some differences, and you know, that can be, even though, you know, it's funny with step parents, you don't choose them. My dad got married, right? So I'd known this woman from when I was 15. My dad divorced 10 years ago. So this is supposed to, but she didn't send any condolences, didn't attend the funeral. You think, fuck, that's a bit lousy.
Yeah.
You know, there's little things like that which really piss you off. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you think to yourself, geez, you know, that's
But Arch, you learn from these, right? You learn from these experiences, right?
It's disappointing. I must say, my brother was very good. My brother lent me some money, and he invited me over. I had a good chat to him, and I tried to repay him, and he said, "Oh, give half to my ex-wife to help her." He's actually been very, very good. But then you have a step parent. I mean, okay, we had our differences, but fuck, you'd at least send a letter of condolence, wouldn't you? No.
Right. Right. But
I mean, these people are so fucking brutal. You know what I mean, George? They can be total cunts. Okay, like you think about it. Okay, I didn't always see eye to eye with her. Fair enough, but I didn't. I did some. She had a nice side to her too. But then one of my children dies. I didn't even hear boo out of her.
Yeah.
That's what's disappointing. Many things are disappointing, you know.
Right.
And it's kind of I don't know.
But you know
George,
what that does, Arch? But Arch, you know what that does? That makes things clear about where people stand. You understand what I'm saying? It gives you clarity about these people, right? It gives you a sense of understanding about these people.
I remember, George, I remember, right? I had a guy I worked for. I thought he was, at one stage, I thought he was my best friend, okay? And we had a disagreement. He's always a doomsdayer. He's one of these people who thinks the world's going to end. We're going to have a depression. He's a multi-millionaire. He's worth about $5 million US, and maybe a bit more. And he's always talking doomsday. Oh, housing market's going to crash. This is going to crash. Everything's going to go bad. And I said to him, I said, you know, Andy, I don't think the world is, I admit the world isn't perfect, but I don't think it's that shit either. And I said, with conspiracy theories, I said, I don't think, one government can't keep a secret, yet alone multi-governments around the world keeping big secrets. I said, I just can't see. So I told him this, and he got really offended. And he was supposedly I thought at one stage he was my best friend. And he didn't even, when the burglary happened, he didn't say anything. Then I lost a son, didn't hear anything. You just realize some of these people that come through your life aren't really that great, George.
But I can tell you one thing, Arch. When you were burglarized, I was on the stream, and did you see how many people came on the stream and donated for you? And then did you see when your son died, how many of us came on the stream and donated? That tells you, for all those people, you have 200 people that are actually appreciative of you and are concerned about you.
No, I understand, George.
Yeah. So I would rather have a couple of those and 200 of good people in my life than.
I mean, mind you, I just want to say, George, I'd give all the fucking money and all the collection to have the boy back.
Absolutely. Anybody.
But you know as well as I do, George, that's just not fucking possible.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Absolutely.
And I got to tell you, George, it's I got to tell you, it's a very fucking hard pill to swallow. Life is extremely fucking difficult, and
life is difficult, Arch. Life is always difficult,
Yes.
I won't even go into some of the stories.
I think my 40s, I enjoyed my 40s. I really came into my own. And the 50s have been an absolute bitch, George.
Yeah.
The burglary happened the day before my birthday.
Yeah.
Okay. My son dying. I'm 51. I haven't even turned 52 yet. He's dead. Fuck.
I'm older than you, Arch.
Sorry?
I'm older than you.
I just feel really let down in my 50s, George. I'm let down. You know what I mean? I'm losing my looks, George. My fucking hair's coming off. My hair's falling out.
Hey, Arch.
I can't
what do you think I wear a hat? Come on now. Come on. We all
George,
go through
I can't
that.
lose weight anymore. Right? It's not as easy to lose the pounds. Right? Things hurt. I walk upstairs or downstairs and my knees hurt a little bit. I look at my dad. He fucking hobbles. He's 75. He's hobbling. I thought, oh, fuck.
Arch, I think we forgot a super chat from Ryan Joffrey.
Okay, we got a super chat. Let's get this super chat. Sorry, I can't see it. Sorry, which one was that? Sorry, Ryan?
Yeah.
It hasn't quite come up yet. I'll just have a look. Let me have a look. We're waiting for it to come in. Oh, Ryan. Yes, of course, we got Ryan. J.O. Frey, $2. For my man, George, epic new Star Trek watch, bro. Yes, I got to tell you, that's a gorgeous. It's like that Star Trek, that comms.
Yep.
Fucking very beautiful shape. And I got to tell you, the titanium, the way it's polished, that it needs it to be light, super light, and super light. It's an incredible metal there. I can't, and I love the hinge. It's over engineered.
Oh yeah.
it's I think it's just an amazing piece,
Pretty
George.
cool hinge. There you go.
Yeah, the hinge is amazing.
Yeah. Sorry. So
I mean, fuck.
with that
What
being
an
said,
amazing. Would you ever get an MBNF? Would you? How do you feel about MBNF?
I'm a huge MBNF. I'm a huge Max Booster fan, you know, and I would love to get MBNF, a Legacy Machine 101 is the one that I'm kind of looking at right now. Funny you mentioned that, but I've been kind of poking around and looking at those. So we'll see. We'll see what holds in the future. Do you like MBNF, Arch?
Look, I got to be honest. I got to know my own wheelhouse. Okay, I got to. I mean, the thing is this, right? I love Bentley and Lamborghini, right? However, sometimes you got to know your limits. Okay, okay. Sometimes you got to know. Now, just because I can't afford it doesn't mean I need to hate it. In fact, I'm really pleased stuff in this world exists that I probably will never be able to afford. I just called up some of these legacy machines. What color? I love that blue. That blue they use.
That one right there
is fucking. That's in platinum with the blue dial. What color would you go for, George?
I like the rose.
I like
gold.
the green as well. The green is gorgeous. Look, MBNF. Yep.
Go ahead, Arch.
Rose gold is an amazing. Let me grab this super chat here. We got a super chat from Phoenician Cedar, $5. When life gives you lemons, don't just make lemonade, but also make lemon butter and lemon tarts. To hell with it. Make lemon marmalade. Sad wow. Yes.
I think
I think MBNF has some amazing stuff, right? I also am a huge fan of the work. You know, the work stuff.
Yep.
I mean, you got to draw a line in the sand. I mean, I'm very fortunate. I have a world. That was always the complication I loved, was a world time. What I've tried to do is, George, every time I've had a disaster or I've recalibrated, I've tried to say, okay, you know what? The world time that was stolen, it probably was a bit small. So I've gone for the bigger size. And I generally, George, I like things that are out of fashion. I don't like to follow fashion. I like to be out of fashion for two reasons. One, I just like to go against the herd. And secondly, there's good bang per buck when things are in or out, right? And that's what I love about the Breguet. I mean, it's a big hockey puck sort of thing. It came from an era.
Arch, we can't hear you. I think your internet is not working. Well, while Archie gets his internet squared. Hey, you there, Arch?
I'm back. Look, I got to tell you something.
I thought it was my internet for a second.
No, that's okay. Hockey puck, I like it. I really love big chunky things. You know what? I got to tell you, I like when the fashions sort of change and things have gotten a bit smaller. But for me, I'm a bigger guy. I love hockey puck sort of stuff. I love that sort of stuff. I got to tell you, the MBNF stuff is absolutely.
I think Archie was about to say is absolutely a killer.
You know, that's enough. I don't have to own everything. You know what I mean? Sometimes in life, George, it's good to have things that you may not ever be able to afford or get, but they exist. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like a Rolls Royce or a Lamborghini. I don't know if I really want one, but I'm happy they exist in the world. Does that make sense?
Right. Absolutely, Arch. Absolutely.
And for me, you got to find out what it is that you like there. I'd love a 911 personally. I'd love a 911. I think they're one. Unfortunately, in my country, they are 280,000 Australian dollars for a base model. Fuck me dead. C2. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's expensive. Like a good car is 100,000. Like an E-Class, oh, they've gone up a bit, but 280,000 for fuck. That's so brutal. But you know what? It doesn't mean I have to own one. I'm happy that things like that exist. Like some people, if they can't afford it, they got to criticize it.
Arch,
I don't
you like
that.
MBNF. You like MBNF and Urwerk. What is? I mean, you can be honest with me. I don't really care one way or the other. But do you like Dave Bethune? Do you like Dave Bethune at all?
Look, I think the Dave Bethunes are absolutely incredible. The craftsmanship in it. I'm not rich enough to go down that path, right? But I'm glad things like that exist. I mean, look, I think they're amazing. There's amazing stuff there. It's not my wheelhouse. Like I'm in Australia. We're a pretty small, you know, Paddock and Vacheron are pretty special, you know. But I think that, look, how could you not? It's the workmanship. I'm not just talking about the brand. The workmanship in these things is incredible. I had a guy who had a Richard Mille RM11, first RM11 I ever saw, and touched it and felt it.
My favorite.
They may not be your wheelhouse, right? Like, let me put it this way. Let me explain this to you. If I could have any car in the world, right? Say I had 20 million or 50 million came in my lap, right? What would I want? What would you want? What would you want? And you know what? For me, I think I'm too fat and old for a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. I would probably want a Bentley, okay? Because it's...
Which model, Arch?
Look, you know what? I really love the... I don't know whether you go 4-door or 2-door, because I love the 2-door Bentley. You know, the Bentley Continental, the GT.
Convertible.
They're fucking amazing, you know?
Convertible or hardtop, Arch? Convertible or hardtop?
You know what? I think, you know, that's a very tricky decision there. I'd probably, you know, fuck it. If you had so much money, you don't have to worry about the mechanism breaking. You go convertible, right? You go convert. I mean, convertibles are so fun. You know what I mean? Convertibles are so fun. And the thing about the Bentley convertible is, I think when the top is up, it actually looks so beautiful. You know, it's done so well. Actually, I saw a Bentley yesterday. I was at this. I went to that meal, and I saw the most beautiful Bentley, just a beautiful blue. I like that bespoke design, you know. And I got to be honest with you, for me, I'd probably go. I think for me, Bentley. So what I'm trying to say is, okay, so a Bentley is not a sports car like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a Pagani is, right? But that doesn't mean, just because I would technically buy a Bentley if I had the money, that doesn't mean I don't love a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand.
And that's the thing with the Buffoon. You know, they are the Urwerk or the MBNF. I mean, MBNF, you can get the Mad one, can't you? You know, the Mad, you know, that series. If you really... I kind of see it as a bit of a...
Do you think, like, when MBNF makes these Mad ones, do you think they're diluting the brand by doing that, or do you think they're increasing brand awareness? What's your
Look,
opinion?
I think it's a very tricky thing. Okay, it's very tricky, but I think it's kind of in the same step as like Swatch when they released the Moon Swatch, and they did the blank pan. You know, the blank pan as the Swatch. I used to be cynical and say, you know, it's a bit like people who say a Boxster or a Cayman's not a real Porsche. Oh, that's a poor man's Porsche. But I think that's people who are just cynical cunts. People always criticize. They're very cynical. You know what I mean?
I do, Art.
And I actually think it's a really good thing. I think it's a good thing. And if that makes you happy, go for it. I think it's a good idea. It makes anything that makes it more, because it's not really diluting the brand, because there is a quality difference between the Mad series and the normal production. There's certain compromises that are made there, right? But I kind of think it's cool, as long as they don't overdo it. I think it's not a bad idea. I think Mercedes did the wrong approach. Mercedes said we're going to be a car for everybody. I think Mercedes should have said we're a luxury car. We're not going to go into certain segments, because they didn't do it well. You know, like in my opinion, if you want an eco shitbox, you're far better off having Japanese. Really, you really, if you want to buy you need a reliable transport, get a Civic or a Honda Accord or a Toyota Camry. That's going to be a better solution. Okay.
Arch,
but
with that being said, I've got to drop off. I've got some stuff to do. So, hey, I will come on the stream. I promise you, I will bring out my Goyard boxes and I'll sniff them for you and show you, and kind of express how they smell and kind of squeeze everything.
I want to ask you something. Your Goyard box, they're expensive, right?
Yes, Arch.
I want to ask you this, because I got an answer. Like, I've had a few of the Louis Vuitton watch boxes. Okay, unfortunately, I had them damaged in the burglary, but just ignore that. One of those Louis Vuitton boxes is a lot cheaper than one of my Patek's. Okay, I'll say that. Okay. But I found I got a lot of pleasure having that box. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally does.
Like, the box would probably be a third of the price of a good watch. Okay, they're still expensive. I never said they were cheap, but owning. Do you find that with your Goyard box? Like, it's nowhere near as expensive as some of the watches you've got, but the actual box makes you happy.
I think, you know, I must admit, I like to, when I've been blessed, and I've been blessed beyond what I deserve, have these watches. I'd like to show those watches respect. And I don't want to buy something cheap and put an RM into that, or something, you know, even a Rolex or whatever into a cheap, you know, junk box, right? So I think I just show it some respect. And that's the only reason why I buy these brands like Goyard or Louis Vuitton. So, you know, I'll bring it for you, Arch, tomorrow, or, you know, next week. I promise.
Whenever
that,
you just,
you know,
please do that.
My word is my honor, and
enjoy them, man. I think the most important thing is, you said there, your wealth is not the possessions; it's the love of your wife and your children,
and your friends, Arch, and your friends.
That's that's a pretty power. It takes a long time to learn this stuff,
right?
But
and never, like I said, you never love anything that can't love you back. You know, just remember. You know,
that's a good point.
All right, Art.
See you later. Thank you, George, for coming on, man.
It's been a sincere honor, as always, to come on your stream and talk with you. Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for coming on. We really love it, man.
I appreciate you, Arch. I do. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so
Take
much.
care.
That's
Bye-bye.
George. Thank you so much. George sharing his life journey with some of the amazing watches he's got. Let's get some more people on the stream. We've had an amazing stream. We started off with the Zeal. Tan Zeal was in the house. We had him on the stream. We had General Saad, the Saadster. Saad was in the house. We were talking day dates. Very interesting guy. Then we had George Varghese came on, and it has been amazing. We've had a really good talk. He's a lovely guy. I got to tell you this, George, just talking to him, he's really a lovely, just a nice man, you know. And I got to tell you, he's got some amazing stuff, but that doesn't matter. He's such a cool guy. And that really, that's more important than having some stuff. It's I got to tell you, it's he's a lovely guy. He's a good friend. I like talking to him. I love talking to him. Love talking to him. Big Tony, what percentage of your total wealth should your watch collection be worth? You know what, Big Tony, I'll answer it because I'm the only one on the panel at the moment. I'll answer it for you guys. We should. That would have been a great question to ask George, but I don't think there is a set formula. You know, I don't think there's a set formula where it's got to be. You know, I kind of I love the Dave Ramsey life. You know, debt free. Now, and I don't follow his advice. I love. My eyes are bigger than my wallet at times. But you know what? Sometimes, Frank Sinatra said it, sometimes I bit off more than I could chew. And sometimes you just need to chew harder and faster. Slow down. What percentage of wealth? You know, I think you've got to decide what makes you happy. Say, you know, the wonderful thing about this hobby is you can have a nice collection. You don't have to. I think myself, any more than 20 or 30% could be problematic. But who am I to say what it should be? So in my own case, 20% is kind of good. I mean, when you say percentage in your watch collection, does that include watch boxes? See, I collect a few things. I like, you know, I have a nice fountain pen, which I get a lot of joy. I love using a nice fountain pen. I enjoy it. It's just a beautiful thing to use. So I like to have that. So when you say your percentage, you gotta work this out. I think only you can decide. Like, it's not for me to tell another man how to spend his money. And I'll be honest with you, I always said to Clivers, I said, Clivers, you should buy an apartment. But you know what? At my age, how many fucking years is there left? Do I really want to be burdened by payments? Maybe renting and enjoying other things is a better formula. So I don't like to lock in a number. I don't like to lock in a number, but Mobster, you don't have to lock in a set number. You can always sell the watches, then you're back to 0%. Fair point. I think you've got to work out, you know, a bit of balance. I mean, in this world here, if at all possible, it'd be nice if you could have a place, shelter. You've got to have your shelter. You want to have your bases covered. I like that line from The Gambler. Every idiot knows if you're 2.5 million up, you buy yourself a house with a 25-year roof, a Japanese eco shitbox, and you put the rest in your market. That's your base. Your base. That's your base. That's not a bad way to go. Should a man invest all his money into creating an investment portfolio, or can a man spend on himself without guilt? Only that man can decide himself. I think a bit of balance. A bit of balance is possibly... I mean, if I had all my money in watches and then they were all stolen, fuck! I'm fortunate enough to have a little bit of real estate, some retirement money. You wouldn't want to, you know, I think that's a better mix. It's a better mix. JT, he says that if you get rid of your payments, if you get rid of your house apartment just to avoid payments, you'll be still making payments to a that's true. That is very true. JD says he's put all his money into Beanie Babies. Yes, balance is the key to life. Balance is the key to life. That's a good thing, Tony. Big Tony. I think you got to work it out there. You got to work these things out and see what works for you. What works for you? What works for one man doesn't necessarily work for another. And I got to tell you, after the burglary, you know, I put a lot of money into my watches. I did. I wish I would have fucked around with some secondhand cars. I loved classic sort of cars. I wish I would have fucked around. I would really, to be honest with you, I wish I would have fucked around with a few fun cars. You know, instead of putting it in, you know, conservative option, you never know what's going to happen. You never know. That's the thing with Dave Ramsey. He says, pay cash, don't borrow. Yeah, that's pretty good advice. But I want to have some fun when I'm alive. Big Tony, you need the Fiat version of the MX-5. Oh, I don't know about that. I prefer the Mazda version. JD, member for 16 months. Looking forward to the road trip. You betcha. You betcha. I've actually, I am very keen to get on that road trip. Very keen to do that. Yeah. I enjoy, I must say, one thing I really do enjoy is my own time. I like to do things. Best quote there, I like this helmet rimmer. Good quote from George Best. George Best was considered the world's best soccer player. Unfortunately, he did die. Best quote, George Best on money. I spent a lot of money on booze, birds, and fast cars. The rest I just squandered. There you go, from George Best. It's Big Tony. The Fiat is a turbo, which means you can get a tuner to turn up the boost and give it 350. But I'd rather have the Mazda engine. The whole point of the MX-5 is it's not straight out horsepower. It's the handling, the dynamics. It's like a go-kart. I've owned an NA MX-5, the NA series. Yes, I did. I had a white one. It's Come on, guys, let's get some on. Jump on here. We'll have a bit of a chat. It's a 4th of July. We've got to be grateful for what we have. 4th of July. I want to keep the show going for at least another 20 minutes. I want to keep the show going. Be grateful for everything that has been happening in the Archieverse. And we had a great show with the Zeal. The Zeal was in the house. We had some great guests. We had the I got to tell you, we had some really good guests. We had great guests. We had a lot of fun there, and that's the important thing, is that we have fun and we talk, and that's really the best thing we can do. The best thing we can do is have a lot of fun here. How about an Alpha 4C? I love the Alpha 4C. I do love the Alpha 4C. I'm actually going to send a pic. How about I can do this without fucking up get this, because I'm going to send a pic. Let's have a look here. I'm just sending a pic to my WhatsApp so I can download these and show you a few pics. I'm just getting these pics up. Just hang on there, guys. Just bear with me. Bear with me. By the way, is Bear back? When is Bear coming back? I love my Bear, and there is welcome on the stream anytime he wants. We love him. However, he's sending some beautiful. If no one's going to jump on, I'm just downloading them now. They're coming through. I'm going to get these up on the screen. We'll do a little bit of car talk. Fuck me dead. The comms are got. Just bear with me. I'm sending something through. So I got a limit. Okay, just get out of that module because I'm using the same connection to send the images to me. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, we're still running fine. That's good. Good. Just let me get these images out here. I'm just going to download a few images, which you can have a look at. I love cars. I always have loved cars, you know. Some fucking beautiful. I got some beautiful photos. Just bear with me. Please bear with me. I'm just getting some great photos on the screen. I'm going to get some great photos for you. Because, you know, I tell you something, I really love cars. Are something I love. I've always been a car person, and fuck, I got some amazing photos to show you. Just let me download these, because one thing I miss in China is kind of classic cars. They don't have many classic cars. They don't have them, and that's kind of sad. It is sad. I think it's sad. Okay, we're back on here. Nate Dog, what's he asking about a law? I hate the fucking Laureate. Forget it, man. Billie Jean. Okay, here we go. So let's get, I want to bring this up on the screen. I want to bring this up on the screen. Let's have a look here. Downloads. Just downloaded a whole stack of pictures. Let's have a look. Have I got it here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, just give me a minute. I'm just, oh fuck, what happened there? Oh, why did it do that? Just hang on, guys. I'm just clicking my mouse. I want to bring this up on the screen for you. Oh, there we go. By the way, I never knew this, but BYD, they used to make some gasoline. Here's an old BYD from like 15 years ago. I didn't know they had. Well, I suppose they did. That's why they're a car maker. Gasoline. That's an old BYD I saw in China. Look at that. Because that's the big electric car maker. They're electric car maker. And very cool. Very cool indeed. Look at that, guys. What do you think of that? Now, we've got, I'm going to show you some more pictures. Let's look at some photos. We'll do a bit of car talk. Whew, look at this. I saw this yesterday. What do you fucking think of that? Fuck, that would have to be the sexiest fucking Bentley. Look at the blue. I love that blue. The oyster interior. Fuck it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it, man. Look at that. That's just fucking beautiful. Right next to an Audi. Look at that. Bentley. Look at that. Fuck. There's me. That's a friend of mine's got a BYD Exceed. That's an Exceed. There we go. Fuck, I am so full. That's from the, I went to that fucking buffet. Now look at this. This was a McLaren. This was yesterday. Yes, sorry, a couple of days ago. That's the McLaren. Look at that. Look at that. Needs a bit of a wash, but beautiful blue. Beautiful car. McLaren. And I love these Rolls Royce. Look at the Bentley in the background. Well, I've got a few photos of that as well. So this Rolls Royce here, I love that two-tone, the dark royal blue and the silver. That just fucking pops. Just absolutely pops. I love that blue. You notice it's got two license plates. That's because it's a Hong Kong car, and it's also got a Chinese plate. Well, Hong Kong is China. It's got a Hong Kong and a China plate. Two regs. Fuck, what is this? What is this? I think it's a flying spur. Very interesting two-tone combination. The burgundy and the champagne. Burgundy and champagne. Look at the alloys. Fuck me dead. Fuck, look at that. It's also a Hong Kong car with two plates. Fuck, what do you think of that? Pretty amazing. I quite liked it. I quite liked it. Incredible cars, really. And yeah, there you go. What do you think of that? Fuck, that I think the funny thing is with this Bentley here, let's compare that. Okay, so I don't know if I really like those alloys there, but if we compare that, oh, that's a different model. Yeah, I like that blue. That's amazing. There you go, guys. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful car there. And we got another super chat. We got a super chat just come in from George Varghese, $20. Arch, thanks again for letting me on the stream. It is indeed an honor to be on the stream with you. Happy 4th of July to all in the great USA. There's a lot to be grateful for. And we've got Patel Philippe, $2. Now how have the pork buns been? Fuck, I don't even want to talk about food at the moment. I am so full from that yesterday, the buffet. Holy shit. It was incredible. It was a beautiful buffet. I had some good friends, took me out. That's the people I'm staying with. They said, hey, we'll take you out. I don't know if they're actually making a profit from me staying with them. I think they like the company. Which is, they're cool. They're cool fuckers. Yeah, very, very cool fuckers indeed. So, guys, what can I tell you? It has been an absolute pleasure to have you guys on the stream. Let me thank the punters. Because you know what? Without the punters, it's very, very hard to survive. So let's thank our punters today. We had Mr. GMT. We had Phoenician Cedar. We had Phoenician Cedar again. We had Yankee Doodle. We had Toyota Mo. We had Jean-Claude Beaver. I want to come and see you, Jean-Claude. I'm coming to Melbourne. 1st of August, I'm driving down to Melbourne. I want to see you. George Varghese. Patel Philippe. Thank you, Patel. What a great guy. He ran the stream, got everyone here. Wonderful stream. Jefferson Exotic. Thank you, Jefferson Exotic. Patel Philippe. The Gangster. Patel Philippe. Will Money. Patel Philippe, Spinnaker, Thomas G, Patel Philippe, The Rancher, Canuck Watch Collector, Osman Alva, Ryan J. O'Fray, Phoenician Cedar, JD. There was another one from Osman Alpha. Very sad to hear about your son going there, I must say myself. Very, very sad. JD, George Varghese, Patel Philippe. And there was a few, for some reason, the StreamYard's a little bit tricky, but let's thank a few. We had Phoenician Cedar. We also had there, I'm just having a look. Let me have a look because I want to get these. I want to do justice to them because Canuck Watch Collector, Osman Alver, yes, thank you. Ryan J. O'Fray, and we had Phoenician Cedar. We also had, let's have a look. There we go. We had JD, member for 16 months, looking forward to the road trip. You betcha. And George Varghese, thank you. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to have you on the stream. Patel Philippe, the pork buns, amazing stuff. Guys, so I got to tell you, it has been a great shows we've been doing there. I want to thank all the support cast and crew who help us do these shows. It's not easy doing them. But it's always fantastic when the zeal is in the house and helping us out. So I'm very grateful of that. And I got to tell you, the streams themselves there, it's very important that it's very important to me to it's very important to me that we have supporters and people who help us out. I really do enjoy that, and it's cool. It's very cool. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone who does come on these streams. I do appreciate it. And it's been we've had a good 4th of July. Happy 4th of July. That's one of my favorite movies, Born on the 4th of July with Tom Cruise. I really enjoyed that movie. That was a really good movie, Born on the 4th of July. Great topic, Born on the 4th of July. America is a great country. America is a fantastic country, and you've got a lot to be grateful for. Land of the free. I got to say this to you. America is one of the greatest countries on earth, and I love my time in America. Guys, what else can I tell you? What's happening? Well, the schedule for me, what is happening? Well, I've got today, it's actually the 5th in China. It's the 5th. It's a Friday. I've got, so this is Friday's show. I've got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then on Tuesday, I'm doing a show. Then I'm leaving. I got to fly out. That's right. I am leaving. Yes, that's right. I'm going back to Australia. And I've got a few weeks of staying in Brisbane. Then come August, let's do a road trip. May as well use the car. May as well get some enjoyment out of that beautiful thing. And I'd love to, it's something I've wanted. When I bought the car, let me tell you this, when I originally was buying it, I thought, I'd love to do a road trip. So why not sooner rather than later? Sooner rather than later, indeed. Sooner rather than later. So, what was the point of the stream? Dimmer 78. The stream is to entertain our punters. That's the reason we're here, is to entertain punters. That's the sole reason for being here. We want to keep our punters entertained. We've done a nearly 5-hour show. Pretty damn good that's been a beautiful show. So that's the reason we are here, is to have the punters. And so to give you an idea of timing, so I'm flying back on Tuesday the 9th. Wednesday I should be broadcasting again. Then I'm waiting until August. The 2nd of August I am going to be leaving Brisbane. Road trip. So the stops I'm going to do is Brisbane to Byron Bay. Okay, that's on the 2nd. Then I'm going Byron Bay to Coffs Harbour. That's on the 3rd of August. Then I'm going to do Coffs Harbour, Port Macquarie on the 4th. Port Macquarie, Newcastle on the 5th. Newcastle, Sydney. That means I arrive on the 7th in Sydney. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 4 days, three full days. And then I am going, so that's a couple of good days in Sydney. Then on the 10th, I'm going to Wollongong. Then on the 11th, I'll be in Canberra. Then on the 12th, I'm going to Albury. And then on the 13th, I'll be in Melbourne. So I was looking at 13th, 14th, 15th. And then the 16th to the 20th is returning. I haven't quite planned out the return trip yet, but that is the way to go. That is the way to go. So, yeah, it's fantastic. I've got a fantastic plans there. We've got fantastic people in the Archieverse. And the most important thing is that we have you guys. You guys make the trip, make the we got some breaking news coming in. Patel Philippe, $5. Unconfirmed news. 4Pete leaving watch YouTube. Videos deleted. Reminds me of the last time he left. He was gone for a bit. Holy shit. What's happened there? I don't know. What's done here? I'm just having a look. Can I see anything? Maybe that's what he's done. Who knows? Who knows? He's got his Paul Thorpe channel. Just that. What was Paul Thorpe? He's got 180,000 subscribers. What's his? Has he got another channel? Hasn't he got another channel? Community. What's his community? Oh, it's community. Maybe that's what he's doing. Okay, there we go. That's from the Zeal. You heard it here first. The Paul Thorpe is his. The Paul Thorpe is his political channel. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's an interesting thing. Guys, that's the show for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember to upvote before you log off. Remember to upvote. We need your upvotes. We want your upvotes. Upvote, guys. And we will be back tomorrow. So, guys, stay tuned. And we will see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you for watching. Let's run a outro.